What's up, nerds? How's everybody feeling today? We'll be starting momentarily. Hey, buddies. Hi. How's everybody feeling tonight? Oh, you're doing pretty well. Different song. Better opener, I think. Hey, Pixie, what's up? What's up, Argus? Boom! Hi, lovely creatures of the realm. What's up, Goblin? What's up, Slimeborp? What's up, Blue Raven? How's everybody feeling? Tonight, we have a different kind of show. Well, it's not different if you've been to one before, but we're not reviewing Homebrew tonight, friends. We're just answering your questions and shit. It's gonna be good, I think. Eyes. Have you not been to the opening of my streams before? It takes a while for me to manifest the flesh vessel. I gotta start slow. I start with eyes and forehead. If I manifest too much of it too quickly, it could be bad. Sasso, thank you for the sub. Cassin Kurdane. A month. Good heavens, look at the time indeed. I'm glad to have helped you have some fun and want to be here for a month. That's awesome. He goes completely bald. It's gonna happen, man. You think that's not gonna happen? The flesh vessel is not forever. Only I am forever. Scoopy, you're new? Welcome. Goblin Nerdo, you're new? Well, guess what, guys? We're doing... We'll explain to you the whole kit and caboodle. All you new people, you're gonna understand it all. Okay? So you don't feel like there's a lot to learn. It's quick. It's easy. What's up, small nips? Small nips! You're new too? Welcome, Hermanon. Adam Porat. Also new. Shalakor. Welcome back.
Hooray!
Oh, Ironic Gaming. What are you doing? Thank you very much. I appreciate the tip. What is going on with my machine? Artis, was that you that gave out a sub? Well, thank you for giving out a sub. You exist? Listen, man, I know you exist. Don't go acting like you don't. I like this new song so much, by the way. It's good, right? Anyway, we got a call-in show tonight. Hope everybody's ready because it's going to be good. It's going to be grand. All right, everybody, get ready. Say hi to yourselves. Where are you? There you are. Say hi to yourselves. Oh, it multiplies. It multiplies and multiplies and multiplies. What's going on? Oh, there we go. I'm a little misaligned tonight. Let me see if I can fix that. I think it's probably gonna be better. Did my chair fall? There we go. We're back in business, baby. Anyway, guys. Tonight's quite the night, friends. It's quite the night. Quite the night. Hi, everyone. So, what we do today is a call-in show. Ooh. A call-in show? What does that mean? Well, friends, it means that in a moment or two, in my Discord, I'm going to open up the waiting room. And you can join the waiting room. And it will put you in a queue, a line, one might say, based on when you enter the waiting room. And then I shall bring you on the call. And I can answer your questions or try to help with your questions. I can't promise answers. I can't promise anything. But I can try. I can try. Does that sound good to everybody? That's the plan. See this up here? That's the plan. I promise to try. That's all I can do, man. The link to join the Discord should be in the video description. Yep, if you just check the video description, you will see the link to the Discord. And if you are interested in calling in, I am going to open the waiting room. I'm opening the waiting room right now. So anybody can go into it, and it will put you in the queue. The waiting room is in the stream section of the Discord. Yeah, or just type Discord on Twitch. Good call, Wheel. The queue is open. The queue is open. Call in with your questions, and we shall see if we can give you answers. How is everybody's week going? I was hanging out with my nephew earlier today. It was very fun. We were building castles and smashing them. And I was wearing this sweatshirt, and he kept saying, like, I like your monster. I like your monster. And it was cool. Because he likes the monster. That's all that really matters. I'm not in it for anything other than him. If he's a fan, I think I'm doing a good job. You got a lot of art done today. Very cool. Well, if you have any art that you want to share, our stream tomorrow is going to be one where we look at monster art that people make and use it to come up with cool new monster ideas. So, if you have any monsters you want to share for that one, Pixie, or anybody, you should. You want to pop in and say thank you to whoever gave you a sub? One of our kind souls probably did. Can I submit a video or just images? Just an image. And again, I want it to be an image that you make. So I don't want you to find a monster online. I want you to share your monster art. So it's stuff that you have drawn, you have digitally designed, that sort of thing. Been working on making a world map for your world. That's very cool. You're running into an art wall? Can I use effects or filters? I don't know what that means, Yoro. If you are making it, then yes. Do you mean, like, can you draw a picture and add effects of, like, explosions and stuff? Sure. But again, what I don't want to see is, like, a picture from a movie. Or a picture that someone else made. I just want it to be something that you made. Hey, man, I think we're going to get a bunch of stick figure type things, and I bet we can make some cool monsters out of them. Because, again, if the drawing that you make, if the art that you make isn't super accurate, it could still be very evocative, you know? If you make a monster out of Legos, I would say that counts as making a monster. So yes, you could make it out of Legos for sure. You think they mean program effects like blurs and gradient maps? Yeah, sure, you could use stuff like that. What's up, K-Jet? All right, folks, the waiting room is open. Looks like we have 5 people in it so far. I'll start bringing people in a bit. Do we want to do fantasy music for stream today, or do we want to do more like smooth jazz vibe music? What do you want, chap? I think maybe we'll stick to fantasy music, but I'm happy to change it up if people prefer something different. Jazz? Jazz? Smooth jazz? All right, let me pull something up. Give me a second. Bardcore? We're basically doing bardcore right now. How many questions can I ask? I would say 1 is a great place to start. I'd say 1 is a great place to start. And can I make a request? I'm going to make a request. A lot of people's question sort of has turned in the past. A lot of times people's questions have turned into, I want to tell you about my D&D campaign. And then at the end, I want to ask, what do you think? And I would say, try not to have a question that vague. Try to have a more specific question. So if you want to ask my opinion on something, try not to ask my opinion that broadly. Give me a very specific thing to talk about. Because if you say, what do you think? I'll say, sounds cool. And I won't really have anything to say. Because it doesn't really matter what I think, you know? It matters a lot more what your players think. All right, let's find... Okay. Is this what I want? Is this going to be good? No, we're not trying to make love. We're trying to have a conversation. Ooh, this is kind of nice. But it's almost a little too in the front, right? Guys, stop trying to get romantic. Oh, this is good. Okay, I think that's what we're going to start with. Yeah. Okay, cool. We're starting here. We'll see how this goes. Ooh. It's kind of an interesting vibe. I don't know how I feel about it. I wanted it to just stay jazzy. Am I overthinking it? Am I caring too much? Everything's trying to make out with me. Why is everything trying to make out with me? You know? Can't we just live our lives? Can't we just listen to some jazzy music and not trying to make out? All right. I'm caring too much. There we go. We're going to stick with this for now. Okay. Hey, guys. Welcome to the show. My name's CinderBlocksally, and today we are going to be answering your questions, or at the very least, trying to help answer your questions. And hopefully, we will be able to have something to do to help you. If you are interested in joining the call, if you are watching on YouTube, you can click the link to join the Discord and go to the waiting room. And if you're watching on Twitch, you can do the command Discord or the command call to have the join the Discord pop up. Hey, I have a question. I'd really like to make a stronger character intended my players to try and fight it, but with not dying. I don't want to have it have a ton of health. Have any ideas? If you want them to fight a thing but not die, I would say the most important thing to do probably is to make the goal of the fight not killing. So if they encounter a thing that's really scary and tough, but they're trying to accomplish some other goal, them accomplishing that goal or not accomplishing that goal has nothing to do with them killing it. Or vice versa. If it has a goal that they're trying to stop, it doesn't need to kill them to accomplish its goal. It can just, like, move them out of the way if it needs to. Let us grab... What's up, Floggy? What's up, Anderstrike? I answered your question, hopefully. All right, let's grab somebody. We're going to start pulling people in. We're going to start with Meme Queen. Let's grab the Meme Queen. What's up, Meme Queen? How's it going?
Oh, hello. I do have a question. How would you run like a space sword theme thing without using the Spelljammer stuff? Because I do have access to that. My players, we're about to get into a part of the storyline where we're gonna have like space travel happening soon enough.
Are you able to get any third-party materials, or are you trying to do it without having to use any third-party material?
I have a bit of third-party material. Like I have some of the books on D&D Beyond. I have some of their resources, so like races and a few subclasses, but that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
We also do use homebrew content as well.
So there is a book, if you are down to get another book, there is a book called Dark Matter by the company Mage Hand Press. And it is a whole book of rules for spaceships, space combat, laser guns. It has a bunch of new subclasses, a bunch of new monsters. It is essentially a sci-fi D&D compendium. And it also has lore for how you could interpret the way all the different races and peoples would exist in space. Like it has a lot of stuff. It's very good. So if you are able to get a book, I would consider checking that out. If you're not able to get a book, I would lean into reflavoring stuff to make it feel sci-fi. You know, at the end of the day, monsters are just numbers and things, so you can sort of reword a lot of stuff. And you can do that with magic items too, right? Like the Sunblade is a lightsaber, very simply. Like, you know, you could look at, or like something like the brace, like the Ring of the Ram is a cool magic item that lets you like shoot concussive force. You could make that like an Iron Man gauntlet, you know? You could just sort of take stuff that you would have been using in-game, but present it as sci-fi things in a lot of very easy, straightforward ways. I think the question that I would think about is what sort of new mechanics or powers you would want to introduce. So if you want to give them a spaceship, how would you want that spaceship to work? If you want them to meet aliens, do you want to use D&D monsters for aliens, or do you want to like make up your own stuff? Do you want to give them access to sort of sci-fi powers, or do you want it to be more they're using their regular powers interacting with sci-fi things? But yeah, Mage Hand Press's Dark Matter is an amazing book.
Yeah, and I see it's only $30. I could easily get that my next check, easy.
Hell yeah. I would check that out. And the one thing that I really like about that book is it comes with a bunch of lore, so you don't need to build a universe if you don't want to. Like, it has it all right there. But it also has the rules. It has, like, rules for how to design your own planets, how to design, like almost like all these tables at the end for it's like, if you need to make up planets and stuff, roll on all these tables, and it will, like, give you environmental effects, the type of creatures that would be on it, that sort of thing.
All right, and that was my main question anyway.
Great, cool.
So, am I just going back into the waiting room, or what?
What do you have? Did you want to ask something else?
No, but I was just talking with a few of the people there, and, you know, if that would be okay. If not, I understand.
I think it might make me think you're in the waiting room, but if you were like hanging out talking to people, I don't care.
Okay, yeah, that's all I was gonna do after that question, pretty much.
All right, buddy. Thank you very much for the call. I appreciate it.
And thank you very much for your answer and your input.
All right, goodbye, good sir. A clunk. That was the meme queen. Wait. Shit, I forgot. God damn it! I always forget. That was the meme queen. Little round of applause. No, I am not just a floating head. I'm actually not even a floating head at all. The thing is, I manifest the floating head to make YouTube shorts, but when I go live, I manifest more of the flesh vessel because communication on more of an intimate level, I think, requires more of a physical presence. Hi, Gina. How do you feel about banning things in D&D? I think it's totally fine. I think that it really depends on your dungeon master and your game, and I think that there are plenty of times where dungeon masters go overboard on it, but I also think that if you are banning something because A, you don't feel capable or comfortable to handle it in-game, or B, it really doesn't work with the setting of your game, I think it's totally fine. And a lot of the time, if a player really wants something that's banned, or that you feel like you want to ban in your game, I think the solution to that is to be like, instead of saying, I see that you want this, but you can have something else, say, what is it that you like about this? And then once you know what they like about it, you can figure out how to infuse that in different ways. So you can still end up giving them the satisfaction, the feeling that they're going for most of the time, but you can finding a way to do it that allows your world to not have conjuration magic or whatever your goal is. The flesh vessel likes tea bag snacks? Yeah, man, tea's great. I have tea every day. I just usually don't film the whole process. I know GMs who ban isms or things like SA because in the fantasy world. Yes. That's true. I wasn't thinking about like RP stuff or story stuff. Yeah, I think that it's totally reasonable to ban all sorts of stuff that would go across people's lines like that. One of the most important, that's a really good point, Gina. One of the most important things when you're starting a D&D game is to do like a boundary check with people before you start and like setting those boundaries, because that will end up making it so everyone can feel a lot more comfortable and flex and have fun in the space. It's just, it'll end up being a better game. I was thinking though, I went right into mechanics. I was thinking I just jumped right into mechanics. For the person worried about English being your third language, one, that's awesome. And if you can manage to learn 3 languages, you actually... Is there somebody that wants to ask a question that's scared of speaking because English is not their first language? If that's the case, is that Abdal? Listen, man, here's the thing. If you don't want to come on stream, Abdal, but you want to ask a question, you can ask it in the chat. I might not notice it, but I'll keep an eye out for it. But, you are also welcome to come on stream and try. I don't think anything bad will happen from that. I spent most of my life living in places where I don't speak the native language, so I am very comfortable struggling with language, so I'm very comfortable with people that also are like taking a while to get their idea out, and I am also very comfortable with making chat wait to be respectful of that, because I don't give a fuck about them. That's not true. I give a fuck about them a lot, but if they're not being patient, then they can go to hell. So regardless of that, if you don't want to ask your question because you're scared about speaking, don't worry. You don't have to. You can ask it in a text if you want, but you can also speak it. I'll be patient. I had a question about Gift of Gab. Let's say you didn't have Subtle Spell from Metamagic Adept Feat. Could you use Gift of Gab to hide the verbal component of a spell? I would say probably no. But that's just me. I think that you could do things where the verbal component is sort of like woven in a way that people that are not magically inclined might not notice. But I think if you were doing... that in front of somebody who was like a wizard or a sorcerer or someone who was familiar with magic or familiar with the spell, I think they would probably be able to spot it. You know what I mean? Third Coast Ball Pythons. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that very much. Pretty cool. Pretty cool indeed. Is it possible to DM and then play Waterdeep Dragon Heist with the same friend group? Maybe. I would say it does have different villains and different plots, but you're definitely going to know a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that I think you as the Dungeon Master just have to be willing to, like, put aside that meta-knowledge. But it could be fun. I mean, you could play Curse of Strahd, and you can run Curse of Strahd, and you can still enjoy playing it. So I think it's just you have to be able to separate Dungeon Master knowledge from player knowledge in order to do that and have fun with it. Question, Cinder. I had a new player want to play a slime warlock. I have no idea how to help him with that, nor how to build his character. There is a D&D race called the Plasmoid. It is a slime person, so he could be that. And then he could pick any of the subclasses for warlock, and he could reflavor those powers as being tied to his slime powers. I actually think the Fiend Warlock would work really well there, because when they kill things, they get temporary hit points, so it's like they're absorbing them, and they get damage resistances, which is very slimy. I think the Fiend Warlock would probably work well. For oath spells on a paladin, should I put it on my spell list, my character sheet, or should I just check the player's handbook for it? That's an organizational question, which is about totally what you want to do. Whatever works better for you. What do I do? What do I roll for hiding verbal components? Deception? I would probably say stealth or sleight of hand or deception, depending on the circumstance. I don't really know. I might not even make it a check, honestly. I might just make it like I might look at the character who's in front of you's passive Arcana skill, like 10 plus whatever their Arcana skill is, and if it was high enough, they would be able to notice it. I might do something like that. It depends on how often somebody was trying to do that, and it depended on what characters I had and players I had. I wouldn't make it performance, I don't think, but you could make it performance maybe. Is it a good or bad idea to combine multiple different TTRPGs based off D&D? I would say it could be really complicated from a rule perspective because games have very different systems for determining like hit points, failure, success. So a lot of it might not mix well. You're thinking of verbal components? Yeah. I guess when I think of performance, like I think of performance as more like I think a performance check would make sense in that if you were doing like a public speech. Or maybe like I feel like maybe it's just my games, but I type performance very closely to like not quite literal performing, but performative talking. And I think that persuasion and deception are very different than performative talking or performative action. So I think it would depend on, also, I think it would just depend on the character, you know? Like if I had a character who was a arcane trickster and they were trying to hide a spell in the things they said, I might have them roll a stealth check or a deception check. But if I had a bard that was trying to do it, or a sorcerer that was trying to do it, and they were being very big and boisterous in how they were trying to do it, I would probably be thinking more persuasion, performance, intimidation, depending on the way they were trying to talk, you know? Trying to disguise how you're speaking to say verbal components. I think that I agree with your sentiment, but I think for me, where we're splitting in our feelings is the definition of performance as something sort of open-ended and interpretive, or it being like the definition of performance in the context of the world that we exist in, or the definition of performance as a game mechanic tool. And I don't know where that line is, and it's kind of different at every table. But yeah, that's an interesting thing to think about. It's not about tone, it's about physically moving their lips. That's not, that's why I was thinking, honestly, sleight of hand, maybe. But I guess performance might be sleight of mouth. Sleight of mouth. That's gross. Okay. How do you feel about Kalishtar? I think Kalishtar is cool. I don't know JoJo, so I can't tell you how to play JoJo. We must agree on everything, Gina. We are true good friends. We don't need to agree on everything. And in fact, I would say oftentimes disagreeing with your friend leads to interesting thought. Like the idea that you just brought up of using performance to hide the verbal component of spells, I think makes a lot of sense the more that I'm thinking about it. And I don't know if I agree with it, but I think it is an interesting idea to think about of the importance of like the way somebody interprets what a skill is used for. I think is a weirdly important thing at a table. And I don't think about it that much. How much would a party be set back if no character can take a hit, as we have only one cleric and a bard, and I am thinking about taking the tough feat? If you have a cleric and a bard, you have two really powerful healers on your team. I will also say, I have played some of the best D&D campaigns I've ever played. We didn't have any healers. We just brought health potions and had healers kits and stuff like that. And it was cool. It was fun. All right, let's grab Airmanon. Hello, Airmanon. How are you? Airmanon, I can't hear you. Is your microphone connected properly?
Testing.
Oh, God, that was so loud. Hi, how's it going? Hello? I heard you when you screamed testing, but I can't hear you now.
Hello?
Hi, how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm good. What can I do for you today?
Okay, so I'm a first-time DM member about to do a campaign that managed to get 9 players.
Cool. That's a lot of players.
Yeah, it was going to be 10, but one of them said that they had IRL stuff to do, so they wouldn't be able to make it.
For sure.
The main question which I want to ask is, how should I go about making sure that all members in the party have a chance to shine? Because I don't want anyone to feel left out.
That's a great question, and I think that because you have 9 players, that is going to be a lot. So 9 players requires not just you as the dungeon master to just put a little bit more work in to balance things, but it also really requires the players to be willing to be patient. For every extra player you have at the table, that is more time that people are not able to talk and are not able to get the spotlight. So what I would probably do if I were you is in my session 0 with the 9 players, I would talk to them about that. And I would say, I'm really excited to play with this group, but I just want everyone to know that a group this big is a little bit more difficult. So it's going to be more work for me, but it's also going to be more work for you, because the more players we have, the more we have to be willing to wait. Like in a combat encounter, if there's 9 players, if every player takes 2 minutes to take their turn, and you as a dungeon master also take 2 minutes, that means that there is a minimum of 20 minutes that you're going to have to wait between your turns. Minimum. So I would just prepare the players to think about it that way, and I would work with them to make sure that they are sharing the spotlight. I don't think it should be totally on your shoulders, or I think that it's going to be not fun to have to deal with that. So I would make sure that everyone is going into it with the mindset of we are sharing this space. And worst case scenario, if that's too much, you could probably split that group into a group of 5 and a group of 4, which might end up, even if it was 2 different sessions, it might end up even feeling like less work for you. But I would say, yeah, just make sure everybody understands the goal of sharing the space, and it will make it a lot easier.
Okay. Hey, I do know that some of the players are in. I believe some of the players are in different time zones, so that split group thing it might end up happening.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. I hope it goes well. And I want to say, as your first time dungeon mastering, I want you to remember 2 things that are really important. They're like the most important things. The first is that the goal is fun, okay? If you are having fun and your players are having fun, that means you're doing a good job. So just keep that in the back of your mind. The other thing is that it is always okay for you to ask your players to give you a minute so you can look something up. You do not need to have everything ready. If the players want to do something that you aren't ready for, if you say, I did not prepare for that, give me 2 minutes to figure out what happens, your players are going to be okay with that, and they might even really like it. Like, they might be excited by it. So be kind and patient with yourself, and remember that the goal is fun, okay?
All right. Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you for the call. Have a good one.
You too.
Bye. That was Ermanon. Let's give Ermanon a round of applause. Great question. Great question. What do you think of aiming story beats at players who've been a little in the background? I think it's a great thing to do. I would talk to the player about doing it also, though. I wouldn't surprise them with it. Because sometimes players are a little bit in the background because they want to be. Super Sweaty Nerdman, thank you for the 5. My DM is giving me 2 free feats at level 3 start. What creative ideas come to mind for a 5e character builds? 2 free feats is a lot. Here's what, if I were you, I would not try to build a cool combo character with it. I would go in a different direction. I would be like, what weird, interesting, unique character ideas can I come up with that I wouldn't normally be able to do, but I now can do because I essentially am getting an extra feat or 2 extra feats. Yeah, you could do the Polar Master Sentinel thing, but I think the more interesting thing to do is to try to build a weird, unique thing. Like, I don't know off the top of my head, I'm thinking like there's a feat that gives you access to Warlock invocations. That could be super useful. There's a feat that gives you meta magic. That could be useful. I could see doing rogue and doing like just going like doing one of the battle master feats to give you some weird like more unique ways you can attack and things. Lots of different things you could do with that. But I would say the goal should be look for the feats that you wouldn't normally take, but you're interested in. And you're like, I wouldn't normally take this because it's like, it feels like it's not like the leadership feat. There's a feat where you can give a speech and you can give everybody a bunch of temporary hit points. And it's a really good feat, but it's also like, it's kind of feels like that's just it's like a one trick pony feat, but like it's a fucking awesome feat if you could just have it, you know? Welcome, Tradosio. How's it going, buddy? Sorry, work was hectic. Centaur got 2 free feet. Dude, somebody left a comment on one of my videos the other day where they said, is a centaur just a guy stuck on a skateboard? And it was like, it is. A centaur is a guy stuck on a skateboard. They have a hard time going upstairs and ladders. They're quick. It's perfect. How quiet can your verbal components be? Is it possible to cast a spell while you're hiding without being noticed? I would say generally no. And the reason why I would say no is because there are very specific abilities in D&D that give you access to doing that sort of thing. And if there are abilities in D&D that give you access to doing that, I feel like it's implied that it's not happening normally. How do you call in? You go to the Discord and you go into the stream waiting room. You go into the stream waiting room and it puts you in the queue, and you can see where you are in the queue by going into the waiting room queue tab, which just shows that. Yeah, leadership is, I had in a campaign I ran for like a year and a half, one of the players was a storm sorcerer, like lost prince of a nation, and he was like learning to be a leader, and he took that feat. And it saved them several times. There was a fight that they had where the opening thing that happened is the guy that they were fighting shot chain lightning at them and took away... He basically almost TPK'd them in the first thing. And if they didn't have that extra temporary hit point buff, they would have been TPK'd. All right, let's see. You had an incident where the homebrew item a player had, he revived a PC with it, but the item specified that the thing they revived would not be the same. What do I do about it? Maybe it depends. I would say if it's a player character, I would say maybe make it something physical and something that it's not a huge deal, like their eyes are a different color or something like that. I wouldn't give them a debuff or force them to be evil or something like that. You could just do command Discord. You could just do this. Yeah, somebody else did it. There you go. Cool. All right, let's grab Joey. What's up, Joey? How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. What can I do for you on this fine eve?
Mr. Sally, I need your experience. Do you have a way, like a thought experiment for knowing whether your players are able to do a puzzle or do a dungeon? Because I'm going to be honest with you, I've been at this dungeon for 3 weeks now. Should have been over in half a session. I'm starting to wonder where it all went wrong.
How many... I mean, the way that
It's a 5-room dungeon.
And have they done 5-room dungeons before?
Yes.
And have they been this slow before going through them?
Not this slow, no.
Is there something about this dungeon that's particularly difficult or exciting or tied to one of their story? Is there is there something that is making this dungeon stand out aside from the fact that they're taking a long time to get through it?
It's a lot of trickery. Like, it's a modification of, I don't know if you remember a couple weeks ago for Homebrew, someone made a, like, tricky dungeon.
Yeah.
It was like...
I remember it, yeah.
Yeah, I modified that one. And you know the part where it's like they're in the cabin and they're fighting mimics? They're at that part. And I made it to where they have to put out the fireplace. They have to use any type of liquid to put it out. they just haven't figured it out yet. I've tried to give them as many hints beyond, just put out the fire.
What I might do, okay, so I'm going to give you a piece of advice that is something that I don't actually do that much in my home games, but I do a lot when I'm doing actual plays, when I'm doing like stuff for the podcast, because that's a big issue when we're doing podcasts where it's like, I have to guesstimate how much time it's going to take them to solve a puzzle. And if I'm off, it could kind of fuck with the recording schedule a little bit. So it's something that you think about a lot. Sometimes I just give them clues and I describe it the way that I would describe a scene instead of giving them a clue. Like I'll give you an example. So instead of being like them trying stuff, you could say, okay, another mimic springs out of the room. And as it does, it like spews in all directions. And some of the acid from its mouth sizzles in the fireplace. And you notice that when the fire flickers from the liquid, all of the mimics flicker too. And then just keep going. So start inserting very, very obvious clues, but phrase them in the context of like scene dressing. Does that make sense?
Yes. I kind of done something similar, but I will use crayons. I'll make it simpler.
Yeah, the other thing that I would say, and I don't know how much you've done tricky dungeons with your players before, is when you think you have given enough clues, that means you've given about half of the clues you need to give, usually. Almost across the board. The only time that is not true is when there is one problem to solve and there is no threat outside of that problem, and that problem includes physical objects that you are giving the players to interact with. Like when they're literally doing a puzzle, I think that doesn't matter as much. But if you're doing a murder mystery, a clue puzzle room, double the hints, because they don't know the difference between a hint and you describing, the vibe.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
The other thing, though, that I would say is that in terms of that, I think what you should probably do is you can always pull the curtain back a little bit and be like, guys, it's taking a while to get through here. Do you want a hint? Like, you just say that. You don't have to worry about that. But then the other thing is start noticing the things that your players get tripped up on, because usually there might not be a pattern to it instant to instant, but there ends up often being a vibe. So I'll give you an example. For my group, they are not really good at overcomplicated combat encounters unless I can very clearly lay out everything and basically color code it. It's because they're really good in some situations, but they are just getting fucked in these big combat encounters, and I couldn't understand why. And it was because there were like too many elements for them to keep track of that I was hoping they would theater of the mind, and then they just couldn't. So it was like, okay, I need to adapt for my players because they're not that good at theater of the mind when it gets too complicated. So I will go out of my way to make very clearly that there are like battle maps with all the tools they need to see them, or make the butt fight very simple.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, gotcha. Yeah, just give them more hints.
More hints, and you can even throw in some weird nonsense. Like, I'll give you an example. Let's say somebody shoots an arrow at one of the mimics and they get a natural 1, okay? Instead of being like, oh, you miss, what a bummer, you say, you miss, and your arrow shoots into Gro the Barbarian's water sack. Like it shoots into his water bottle, and his water bottle starts spraying water, and it starts to splash into the you could literally do that. It's like pull everything into the fireplace details. You know what I mean? Like, and his water splashes into the fire, and it sizzles a little bit, and you see that it hurts the mimic. So it's like, oh, I fucked up so bad that I figured it out. Like that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, you're right. I was just always worried that if I gave them too many hints, they'd be like, oh, we didn't solve it. You just told us. But then I'm like, listen, dog, it's been 3 weeks. We got places to be.
Yeah. I think 3 weeks is a long time. 3 weeks is a long time. 3 weeks is a long time.
Fuck. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Sally. Much appreciated.
Yeah, Jackson also said a really nice thing. Jackson just suggested that Matt Koval suggests giving inspiration to players when they say something that is on the right track. So you're sort of like giving a clue that they're going in the right direction. That could also be a vibe.
Oh.
It's a good idea.
That's very nice. That's very good.
Cool. All right, buddy.
I'm going to find something to write that down. You have a good night.
All right, good luck, small nips. Bye.
Bye.
God, you gotta love the opportunity to call someone small nips and have it be totally appropriate, because there's very few situations where that's appropriate. But when your name is Joey Small Nips, it is appropriate. And so I am happy. And that's really the main reason why I do these shows. I have a character named Ambrose who's an aberrant mind sorcerer and gained power through painting the Eldritch. But I don't know if a warlock or a sorcerer fits the concept. I think that is a really cool idea. I would say you should go with whatever mechanics you enjoy more. If you enjoy the mechanics more of the aberrant mind, or if you enjoy the mechanics more of a warlock, do that. But let me throw you a curveball. Multi-class, and you go aberrant mind warlock, or you go aberrant mind sorcerer, and you go a fathomless warlock. So you're mostly psychic, but you got weird tendril powers too. And sorcerer warlock's a really nasty multi-class because you can get your sorcery points back on short rests, because you get spell slots back on short rests, and then you can change those spell slots in for sorcery points because of your warlock sorcery or your warlock spell slots. It's a nasty combo. It's really good. Quite good. Yeah, toss him a treat. Exactly. Warlocks being whispered to through the paintings is a very cool vibe. What's up, Coddlesworth? How are you doing, buddy? I see you getting mad at Twitch. What's your recommended buys for minifigures? Man, I would say I don't suggest buying any minis unless you have the money to, and then you should buy whatever you want. I got very lucky. I don't have a lot of minis, but I have one big box of minis, and I have it because I supported a Kickstarter that came online like 4 years ago, and the Kickstarter did really well, so they kept getting bigger, so they ended up doing all these extra things. So I bought one mini box, and then I ended up getting like 2 or 3, but they're not painted, and they're cool, but they're not really bespoke, and I use them, but I don't know, minis are expensive, man. I don't know the right way to get it. The right way to buy minis is to find a sweet babe that loves to support you financially and to have them buy you some minis for holidays and for family events. Is my monster idea just a bad concept? What's your monster idea? I missed the initial comment. I have a dangerous monster who's meant to stalk and ambush the party. The purpose is for it to be warded away several times and be weakened for a final fight. What's the best way to go about that? I mean, you could literally just have a monster run away. That could be any monster. I don't think that needs to be the mechanics of a monster. I've done that. I had a monster stalk a party for like a while through a jungle, and I used the Orthon, which is essentially the Predator from the movie Predator, where it can become invisible, and it's good at climbing, and it can shoot all these weird little gadgets out of its crossbow, and it's essentially used its climbing and invisibility to, like, slightly engage with the party, but then run away. Yeah, Strahd does that too, in Curse of Strahd. Your friends all just print them themselves? Well, not everybody has friends with 3D printers. That's very lucky. I'm jealous. You might as well call me Raspberry because I'm so jelly. All right, let's grab Kratos. When starting a campaign and players don't want to start at level 1 but don't want to be really overwhelming, what do you think is a good start level? Level 3. Level 3 is a good start level if you want them to be regular. Level 5 is a good start level if you want them to be, like, adventurers when they start. I think 3 is good. 5 is good if you want them... Like, I'm running a campaign right now that we started at level 5 because the point of the campaign was that all of these very well-known heroes were called together for something. So being level 5 kind of made sense for that. All right, let's grab Kratos. Karatas, hello there.
Hello.
How are you going, buddy?
Okay.
Welcome to the
I
show.
just-
What can I do
sick.
for you?
So I have a character idea that I don't know it's really viable. I was wondering if you think it is.
Sure.
It is a multi-class of warlock and fighter.
Sure.
It is the undead warlock for 5 levels, and then gunslinger for 3.
Okay.
It's basically an equivalent of Carter Slade. What is it called? Ghost Rider.
Yeah. So my question is why those mechanics? Why five
'cause,
warlock,
undead
3 fighter?
Because at level 5 you get access to third level spell slots where you can get the phantasmal steed spell.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and the campaign I'm in is just at level 8 right now.
Okay. I mean, I think that could be fun. If I was going to go fighter warlock, I'd probably go in the opposite direction because I would want to get extra attack. But I think if you're using Eldritch Blast as sort of as a way to like, if you're using Eldritch Blast as a way to represent your like gunslinging, then my question would be, do you need to go fighter at all?
No, I'm not using Eldritch Blast to show Gunslinger. It's just I want to get access to that Phantasmal Speed. And I'm not going to use this character for a while, until like maybe level 10.
Mm-hmm. So the only reason why you
So-
want to do 5 levels of Warlock is to get Phantasmal Steed?
Sort of.
Because there's a lot of ways to
That-
get Phantasmal Steed.
Fair enough. That and a few other things. Counterspell for when the DM eventually throws Fireball at us, because he does that. Just so I can have the variability when that happens.
Sure.
But the only reason why it's not really 100% viable is because you have to focus on 3 stats.
I think that...
Yeah. Technically 4.
I get, yeah. I mean, that's the issue, but I also think that you should, that's, if you're trying to be a warlock that isn't using Eldritch Blast, it doesn't matter what you're multiclassing with, that's going to be an issue.
Fair enough.
Because that is your attack as a warlock. So if you're deciding I'm going to be a warlock that's not being a Hexblade warlock and not being a Eldritch Blast warlock, then you are going to need high strength or high dex if you want any sort of attack. So it doesn't matter what the build is. If that's the way you're going, it's going to be multi-stat dependent. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. You're just going to be you're not going to be the best of the best at all of those things. You could also go really high dex and just pick all spells that don't really require attack rolls and saving throws. Things like invisibility and things like darkness and stuff like that. So your charisma being lower won't have as big of an impact because the numbers aren't going to matter as much. You could do stuff like that too.
All right. Yeah.
But I would consider thinking about not just the goal of the steed, but thinking about what are you doing like turn to turn? What are you excited by in this character moment to moment? You said this campaign is going to be starting at level 8?
No, the campaign's already been running, but we sometimes get extra characters.
Oh, cool.
For example, because it's just a bunch of one-shots.
Yeah. Okay.
That eventually tie into an overarching story of what's happening in this endless dungeon.
That's very cool. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, you're just going to have to come to terms with the fact that deciding to go Warlock as your main character class, but not leaning into Charisma, Eldritch Blast stuff, you're deciding to make a character slightly less efficient.
Fair enough. The main reason why I'm trying to get a high Charisma is for the fear-inducing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because...
I guess I'm wondering why you wouldn't go Eldritch. Why you wouldn't go? I mean, I might just. I feel like it's not that hard to. I don't know. I might talk to your dungeon master about seeing if you could reflavor your. I just don't see the need to go fighter personally. I feel like you could build this as just a warlock.
Fair enough. It's more so the gunslinger because you get stuff like grit dice, which allow you to do special shots if you know about that?
Mm-hmm.
Like the winging shot.
Yeah, I mean, they're
Sun
basically,
shot.
they're Battlemaster maneuvers, basically.
Yeah.
Listen, if that's what's exciting you, then go for it. I just think that, just be aware that, you are opting to, there's not a solution to balancing those numbers. You're going to have to find something to decide to lean less into.
I'm just going to roll and pray I roll high.
Yeah. All right. Sounds good, buddy.
Yep, thanks.
Cool. Thanks for the question. See ya. Bye. Clunk. That was Karatas. Let's give them a round of applause. Where's my applause button? Yeah, I would just use Eldritch Blast as a gun. I feel like Eldritch Blast makes so much sense as a gun, but not everybody wants to do that. That's okay. Do you have any recommendations for starting a campaign in the same way that the classic 80s D&D show did? I would say I would make sure the players were all down, and I would make them start as people without any character classes in the world, and then they would go on a ride, and then once they go on the ride, they would encounter a room full of objects of power, and then they would pick an object of power, and the object of power that they picked would determine their class. But I would make sure they understood what that was when they picked it. Hey, Cinder, I'd like to make an enemy that has lower AC when hit in a specific spot. I would like the players to understand what are his weak points, but I really don't know how to make them understand. I think you make them understand by describing it. You're saying right now you're worried about not being too obvious, but similar to what happened with the caller earlier, you're probably not being too obvious. You could say there's this giant charger beetle trying to destroy democracy. It looks like it's covered in massive plate armor. The only part of it that isn't is this giant glowing abdominal bit that looks like an autocannon would hit it real nice. You can just say that. I think it's fine. Not that I've been playing too much Helldivers, but I haven't been playing enough Helldivers for democracy. Guys, I'm so fucking ready to have my new computer here. We are going to be doing so much democracy. You guys are going to be like, Cinder, please do D&D streams again. And I'm going to be like, not till you all do democracy with me forever. For the art stream tomorrow, do you want people to add names for their monsters? If you want to add a name, you are more than welcome to. If you do not want to add a name, you do not need to. I am happy to take a name or not take a name. How would you buff old feats without keeping their main flavor, like Keen Mind? Anytime that I would... Here's what I'll say, Abdal. Anytime that I'm trying to buff something older, I only do that after I establish with, confidence that for the people that I'm playing with, it needs a buff. And then the buff that I make is usually either something very specific for the player character that affects the feat, or something that has nothing to do with the feat, but we understand that I need to do something to help the player feel strong because they're sort of opting to go in a less powerful way, and at the end of the day, I still want my player to have fun. So it's really circumstantial, because I don't really think that it's good to assume that anything automatically needs to be fixed or buffed. That being said, there are some things that definitely need to be fixed or buffed, but who are we to say? I like to change them based on the person. I use a lot of homebrew in my games, a lot, but it is all incredibly specific for the players and the game that we're playing. Not all, but mostly. Am I in my 20s? No, I'm very old. Hey, Cinnamon, I want to be a rogue barbarian centaur, but my DM says he doesn't like it because he's too OP. Have any ideas? Why is a rogue barbarian centaur OP? You're multiclassing, so you're already going to be in a situation where neither class is going to be at its full force. Centaurs suck if they need to climb a ladder. I feel like that's not OP. That's just a multi-class idea. I would ask your dungeon master what they don't like about it, and then I would try to describe to them that I would try to point out that, multi-classing is, it gives power, but it takes away power too. Hi, I'm 14, and I seem to can't get into a campaign. I try rolling 20, and I can't join a campaign. A lot of times, folks are hesitant to invite people into campaigns when they are underage. I think because it's harder to feel confident that the game is going to be comfortable for everyone, including them. So what I think the main thing to do if I were you is to try to see if there is anybody in your school that plays D&D, if there's anything like an RPG club, and if there isn't, look for things that are not D&D but are next to D&D. If there's a Magic the Gathering club, if there's an anime club, any of the nerd clubs, I would poke my nose into those, and I would see if those people would be interested in trying D&D. You could also talk to your teachers about it. I have a good buddy who's a teacher, and he runs a D&D club at his school. Teachers like D&D as much as kids do. So I would say try to find people in your community to play it with, because unfortunately, being 14 is going to make it more difficult to find a group to play with. And honestly, man, I think you're going to have more fun if you're playing with people your age. There's less opportunities for people to be fucking creepers. You're going to have more comfortableness being goofy in a way that you want to be goofy. I don't think it needs to be exactly your age, but I think it's good to try to play with people that are in your age bracket until a certain point where it becomes irrelevant. Can art be in video form or just picture? Also, is the unit link for that around yet? The art can be in video form if it's a video that you made. Like if you were showing a video of like a CGI monster you made running around. But if it's like a video, I only want to see things that you made. So if you made it, the answer is yes. And the form is not up yet. The form will be posted probably after stream tonight or tomorrow morning. And that's for tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream is we're looking at the art you have made of monsters, and we are coming up with cool ideas for what those monsters can be. A Lego build would be perfectly acceptable, yes. A Lego build would be perfectly acceptable. But I would want it to be a Lego build of your design. I wouldn't want it to be like a Lego beholder that you built from the beholder pieces or something like that. But 100% super down. Lucky Bamber, it looks like you're asking a question or telling a story, but there's too many. This is a long one, so I'm lost in the sauce. Let's get this pansexual Pandalin in here. Hey, buddy, what's up? Hello, Pandian. Pandian, here's your chance. You've just unmuted, but I still can't hear you. You sure your microphone's connected? You might need to disconnect and come back because I can't hear you. So why don't you hang up and come back into the waiting room, and I'll try to pull you in again, and we'll see if it works. And if it doesn't work, it's a problem on your end, and if it does work, it's a problem on Discord's end. Does that sound good? Confirm to me that you hear me by hanging up right now. Amazing. All right, go back into the waiting room, and then I'll try to pull you in. Let's see if it works this time. Can you unmute?
Hello?
There we go. I don't know why Discord does that sometimes. How's it going?
It's going good.
Thanks for the call. What can I do for you?
So, I have... I'm working on adapting the campaign of a video game into a D&D campaign,
cool.
Which has been like requested by my players. It's something that we've all played and they want to play it as a D&D campaign.
Cool.
The issues that I am having is how do I keep the main character of that campaign from stealing all of the spotlight?
Mm-hmm.
And 2, the side quests in that in the video game help flesh out the world and stuff like that, but they are not designed from a role-playing perspective. They're designed from just a video game design perspective in how they because for example, first level we're running to defend a town from orcs. On our way there, we see this we see this farmer get mugged by some bandits and they run off with his ledger. If I'm on my way to defend a town from orcs, I am not going to go and grab your ledger.
Yeah, so I would not introduce side quests in that video game sort of way. I think that the way you introduce side quests when you want... Because, okay, so what you're talking about is you're talking about realism of time. That's what you're talking about. Because in a video game, the cutscenes wait for you. And in D&D, you want the game to feel alive, you want the world to feel lived in. So with that in mind, you have side quests happen in moments where the main quest isn't. Like, after they're done defending the town from orcs and they can fucking chill, then you have bandits attack somebody because they don't have anything on their plate. They can go deal with the bandits. Or the next thing they're on their plate is in the direction where the bandits went, so they can do that while on the way. Or you make it so one of the people who was attacked by the bandits is like related to them or tied to their backstory in some way, so that they have a personal vendetta, they have a personal connection to it. I think that's another thing that I would think about is you don't want to just have them play the action of the game. You want the characters that they make to still have weight. So is one of them are they playing literally the characters from the game?
No, they're all coming up with their own characters, and
What game is it? What game is it?
It's Warcraft 3.
Warcraft 3, like the one that I used to play, that with like the wisps that destroy the tree.
And
who's the main character you're worried about? Prince Arthas?
Yes, we're playing through Scourge of Lordaeron.
I mean, they could just be. Here's what I would do. I would go in one of two directions. I would make them be people that work for Prince Arthas, and he is like sending them out to do stuff. So he is sort of like an NPC quest giver. Or I would do something that somebody else suggested in chat. And I don't know how this would go, but I think it would be a cool idea. What happens if he dies? What happens to that plot if King Arthas dies before anything happens?
Oh dear. I haven't considered that. Oh no.
But no, I think that's a good thing. Like,
yeah.
Because then they have to take on that mantle. Like, if the game becomes, can you fill the role of Prince Arthas? And as players, with your knowledge of how the power corrupts him, can you keep yourself from being corrupted? Like, can you tell the story of Warcraft 3 without the corruption? I don't know.
Interesting.
But that's where my head starts to go, because I think it sounds to me like the biggest hurdle that you're facing right now is you're really, really being true to the source material, not just from a plot perspective, but from a structural perspective. And I think you need to allow yourself to diverge from that a little bit. I would talk to your players about it a little bit too. I might not tell them that specific thing, but like make sure that they're cool with it. But that is the way to make it distinct and unique, and to make them feel like the main characters, is to change it. So yes, this is the Warcraft story, but it's the Warcraft story if the main characters died and you became the main characters. And now, this is not guaranteed what's going to happen, because the choices you make are going to impact the rest of this story. And you could even use the lore of Warcraft, which I'm not super familiar with, but I'm going to assume you're at least medium familiar with, to inform yourself about how massive world things might be different depending on the way they solve or don't solve some of these problems, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's where my head goes. Allow yourself to take ownership of the story in a way where you don't feel beholden to the source material, but you just use it as inspiration, or use it as a tool against your players, because you can subvert their expectations.
Okay. Yeah. I think I can do that. I'm also hoping to like turn it into a module that I could like post on Reddit. Obviously, I can't like publish it for money, but like
Yeah, I think that could be a
something-
cool. I think that could be real. I think that could do really well on Reddit. And if you do, listen. I hate telling people what to do with their campaigns, but if they ask me, I'm going to give them my feedback. But at the end of the day, it's your campaign, and you know the best. But if you do go in the direction of what if Arthas dies and the players take over his role, that is a really cool elevator pitch for a campaign module. Like if you post it on Reddit and sort of be like, here is a campaign if Arthas died and your players had to take over. I feel like a lot of people would be interested in playing that.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks, Cinder.
Yeah, man. Thank you for the question. Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
I don't think so.
All right.
This is my first time here, so thank you again for the opportunity.
Yeah, man.
Thanks for the help.
Glad we got Discord working. Bye. Click.
Yeah.
That was Pansexual Pandion. Let's give them a round of applause. I love using inspiration from video games and movies in my D&D campaigns. I absolutely love it. And it's fun if all the players are familiar with the source material, but it's also really fun if they're not. Like, if the players are not fully aware of the source material, you can do some crazy stuff. Because then you could just do genuinely anything you want with it. And the players are just like, whoa, the whole time. You know? Assuming that it, like, is entertaining and that it works well and that they like it. But if all of that stuff is happening, you're generally in a good spot. I'm trying to find something, and I'm not able to find it. Alright, I won't worry about it. Cinder, if two players have a fight and they had Sentinel and Mobile, who takes the lead with that? I don't know. That's the kind of question that I don't know at all, and don't. I guess whoever rolls higher in the initiative, I think. I think the Sentinel person would still not be able to take opportunity attacks if the Mobile person tried to hit them first. I didn't mean to sound like a whine ass earlier, just had things to do. Plans got canceled, but at least I can enjoy stream. I didn't notice you being whiny earlier. I think you're fine. Don't worry, buddy. My players are about to hatch a green dragon egg. Nice. Green dragons are really fun to have your players interact with because they're very smart and tricksy. So they like play the long con. So you could have this dragon wake up and immediately, even as a baby, be like, these are dumb creatures that I can take advantage of by being cute, and they will protect me until I can make them my minions. I don't know if the players would like that, but that would make sense. Qualdeer89, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. All right, if anybody wants to join the waiting room, it is in Twitch. You do the command call or Discord. In YouTube, the Discord link is in the video description. And then you just join the waiting room and you are brought into the line. Let's grab Ironic Gaming. Oh, that was a bad burp. I'm pretty sure that Mobile wins since Sentinel specifies that you can take the attack if they disengage. Yeah, I agree. And Mobile, you're not disengaging. Yeah, I think it makes sense. Can I get some tips on dealing with a first campaign? Don't worry about making it massive. Try to make it good and small before it is good and big. You can have a small arc that leads into a larger arc, and you can foreshadow that larger arc. But you want to give your players, and you want to give yourself, a feeling of what it's like to do a beginning, middle, end of an arc. Because a lot of new dungeon masters will do beginning, middle, and it can tire players out. And I know this because I did that. You want to figure out how to land an ending. All right, let's get Ironic Gaming in here. And that's more important if you're doing a homebrew campaign. If you're running a module that kind of has the ending baked in. Ironic Gaming, you're muted and deafened. Oh, no, you're not. Now you're here. Hello.
Hey,
How's it going, buddy?
pretty good. I've got the stream on full volume. Might need to turn that down so I can actually talk to you.
Nah, keep it up.
Two
What can...
cinders on my ears.
Yeah. You need more. Have it open in a couple things. Change the ping.
Yeah.
What can I do for you today?
Right, so I've actually got 2 questions, if I can ask both real quick.
Yeah,
the
of
first
course,
one's
for
pretty
sure.
small.
For sure.
Right, so first things first, I was wondering if you had any advice for a new DM. Can be starting my first campaign DMing probably in a few weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Lost Mines of Phandelver.
Cool. How many players?
4 if everyone agrees.
Has anyone played D&D before?
No, none of them.
Perfect. Okay, here's the main advice is similar to the advice that I had for that caller earlier. Just remember, at the end of the day, the goal is your friends having fun. So if there is a situation where people are taking things seriously or getting into a fight to the point where it's like, this doesn't matter, it's just a game, it's good to just remind people about that and to try to ground that. Like, guys, it's okay, this is just a game. Like, be comfortable, be flexible, that sort of thing. The other thing is, it is okay to make up rules. It is okay to improvise what rules should be and then look them up later. It's okay to take a minute to look stuff up. You should try to remember that and remind your players of this too. You are not against them. You are all on the same team. So when they are struggling to figure, like you should help them remember their powers as much as they should help each other. And it's okay. Yeah, that's the main thing. Like you're on the same team. You're helping each other. Your goal as the dungeon master is not to destroy them. It's not to defeat them. It's not even to be like, I'm the bad guys. It's to be like, I am the facilitator of the story. So I want this to be a good story, and you're the main characters of the story. Yeah, basically, you're the narrator, and they're the main characters, and you want it to be a good story. So you're like on their team. So that's the main things I would say. And then don't worry about starting small. Like. You'd be surprised how little you can get through in a session if the players are really into their characters and stuff. Like, especially Phandelver. The first combat fight, I would say flub your dice rolls a little bit when you're doing it. Like, the goblins can very easily TPK the party.
In what way? You say flub dice rolls.
Don't let the goblins TPK your party because it's very easy for them to do that. If the goblins are playing smart and they're hiding with their bonus action, that first combat encounter can easily kill a party. So if the goblins are rolling really well on the dice,
so
don't show
would
that.
Be probably using D&D Beyond. So how would flipping the dice rolls work in a thing where they can all see the dice rolls?
When you are the dungeon master, you can decide if dice rolls are hidden or public.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, that's good to know. So just kind of say a number lower than what actually.
Only if you need to. Only if you need to, and only do it for that fight. Because that fight is only because that's so shitty. Yeah, it would be such a shitty time for them to lose that. Like, that sucks. Like, that's not D&D.
Yeah.
That's like, okay, you do a fight, you lose. That's such a shitty intro to D&D. So I would say make sure that fight is a fight that they win.
Yeah, make sure that they don't all just instantly die.
You can also flub numbers in other ways that don't include dice rolls. I'll give you an example. Let's say a goblin has 10 hit points, okay? And somebody hits it with an arrow and they do 6 damage. You can decide in your head that goblin had 6 hit points and then it dies.
Right.
That's another way of
the story.
Yeah, so that's
really cool.
Yeah, so that's another way to flub the dice, but that isn't really flubbing the dice. And I would say once you get into dungeon mastering, that sort of number fuzziness is way better than dice number fuzziness. So I don't flub dice at all with my players. I do all of my dice rolls in the open, but I flub HP.
Right.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Because then it becomes about pacing and stuff, too.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
All right, so the second question.
Yes, sir.
This one's kind of loaded.
Ooh.
Basically, this is basically the polar opposite of the first question. I'm working on kind of a massive, almost dystopian future kind of campaign setting at the moment. Been working on it for a couple months. And I was wondering if you had any tips on, like, how to structure it. Like, how would combat even work in, like, this pseudo open world sort of massive dystopian future city sort of setting?
Why would it have to work differently?
I'm not really sure, but
there's plenty of modules that are sci-fi
where there's
but I mean why does the setting have to dictate the mechanics of combat?
not really runs the mechanics of combat, more so when that would happen, like how to structure the world and story and whatnot. How to even start in a world like that. Because
In
like
a-
it's kind of
In a
difficult
1984 world, here's what I would
something
say.
similar to that, yeah.
This advice is not setting specific, because I don't think your advice. I don't think my advice. I don't think setting specific advice matters here.
Right.
A good story takes place at the most important moment of a character's life.
Right.
A good story starts when it needs to start and ends when it needs to end, and it shows that part of a character's life because that is the only part of the character's life that is worth showing live. You know what I mean? Like, what's the point in writing a book about somebody if the book isn't about the most important part of their existence, especially if they're a fictional character? So I would say you should think about your D&D campaigns in a similar way, in that your characters might have really important backstories, your world might have a really important backstory, but the inciting incident, the beginning of your campaign, should be the beginning of the most important part of your character's stories and the most important part of your world setting. Maybe not the most important part, but an important part. Like, you know, the story when things change, the story when something grows, something like that. So it doesn't really matter what your setting is. So I would say the first thing that I would think of is think of your setting, think of what a normal day in your setting is, and then think about what sort of story you would want to tell that involves a day not being normal. Like, what's the first thing that is different, and lean into that, you know? And it could be
maybe the players are kind of previously been wanted criminals and they all converge on the same location or something.
I mean, it could be anything. Like, it could genuinely be anything. I think what matters though is that it's just something that shakes up the world in the way that it starts a conflict or a plot, and starts the characters on their important path.
I gotcha.
So whether for a dystopian campaign, I would give the same advice for sci-fi steampunk campaign or a medieval campaign or whatever. Like, you build a world to tell a story, so figure out where the beginning of that story is and have that be how the campaign starts.
Right. And side question, do you think cliche, like, tavern start is still, like, good in that sort of campaign? Because you do have, like, the Chestnut Tree Cafe from the original book.
If you want, man.
Gotcha.
There's not a right or a wrong answer there.
Right. Thank you for the info.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the call. See you, buddy.
Yeah.
Bye.
See ya. Bye.
Ka-dunk. Cliche is good every now and then. I agree. Cliche is not bad. Cliche is only bad because it feels insincere. But if it feels sincere, it works really well. And if it feels insincere in a funny way or a tropey way that's kind of playful with the audience or the players, it can also work really well. I would not decide to build a character that wants to betray the party, Lucky. I don't think that's a fun idea. I would be annoyed with that as a player. The only way that I think it would be reasonable to be a character that wanted to betray the party would be a character that wants to betray the party and then decides not to. Like, maybe they go into it with the goal. Maybe the character works for the bad guy, and their initial plan is like, you're going to be spies for me. But then they sort of learn to care about the party, and then they have to, like, be like, hey guys, I was actually sent here as a spy, but I actually want to help you now. You know, pull like a Zuko vibe. Yeah. I beat you to it? Sorry, buddy. I made a character who was deliberately the "Why are you here, Mr. Edge" type, and I wanted him to get a character arc. I think that the way to give him a character arc, you just remember that you're the one that has to do all of that character arcing. That's not something can rely on the dungeon master or the other players for. Zuko. I love Zuko. Zuko's cool. I like Zuko. Have you guys been watching the new Avatar on Netflix? Is it good? I don't know. All right. Let's pull somebody else and let's get Goblin Nerdo. You're enjoying it? I watched the first episode with my friend, and I liked the first episode. It's so bad? All right. Well, I liked the first episode wasn't great, but I enjoyed it. It was like popcorn fun. I liked the fight scenes. All right, let's grab Goblin Nerdo. Boop. Hey, Goblin Nerdo, what's up? You gotta unmute. Goblin Nerdo, you've been in the waiting room. You left the waiting room. You came back. Let's try again. Goblin Nerdo, are you here now? You gonna leave again? You gonna unmute? You gonna make sure you're not unmuting. I wonder if you didn't figure out your microphone beforehand. All right, I'm going to count to 6. If I get to 6 and you don't unmute... Okay, you've now unmuted, but I still can't hear you.
Hi.
Oh, Jesus.
Hello?
Fuck that. Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you now. How's it going?
Good.
Welcome to the show. What can I do for you today?
To be honest, I just wanted to do the group chat a lot. But I guess, is it a good idea to modify the final boss in a pre-written campaign? Because the campaign is balanced for 5 players, or 3 players. I have 5 players, so I'm editing 2 things with a PC stat block.
I love modifying monsters and bosses for campaigns. I think that it makes them feel kind of special, and it makes them feel very unique. You know, especially if you do it in such a way where you design it, where you kind of are thinking about your players. Like, if I'm running a boss for a group that has a bunch of wizards, I might give them different powers than if I'm writing a boss and they're fighting a bunch of fighters and barbarians. So I think it would be good to think about what the players have, not just in terms of making the monster be good at fighting those things, but think of them in ways that the players can use their powers to do really cool things. So, like, for example, if there's a barbarian in your group, and the last boss, maybe you make the last boss really tanky and do all sorts of elemental damage so that they can still damage the barbarian, but maybe they have these giant pillars that the barbarian can use their strength to knock down to weaken them, you know? So, like, trying to make the encounter feels more unique for the players, I think, is an excellent thing to do. I think it's great.
Yeah, I just have 2 things tied to... Well, I have a DMPC at just twisting, and then a orphan's brother that they didn't know, so...
Cool. Those sound like some great NPCs, dude. Those are great NPCs. The other thing that I would say is when you are making them, like if you're making the stat blocks for them, don't feel like you need to give them a whole stat block of a player character. You can use a stat block that's much simpler. And if you look in like the monster manual or the player's handbook, there's stat blocks at the back of the player's handbook and the monster manual that are humanoid ones and NPC ones, and they're much simpler. So it doesn't need to be super complicated. Sounds like you might need to go. You need to go?
Okay, and do you have any advice for...
Oh, you muted for a second, buddy. Goblin Nerdo, you muted for a second, buddy. Oh, you're back?
I know, I was just talking.
Okay, no worries. What was your last question?
So, just any tips for challenge rating? Figuring out challenge rating, because I hear it's really bad in D&D often.
It's okay. Challenge rating is tricky. The basic way to think about challenge rating is that if you have 3 or 4 characters of a certain level, they can fight a monster of that challenge rating. So if you have like 3 level 3 characters have them fight 1 challenge rating 3 monster. Now, that is not always the case, and the reason why it's tricky is because some monsters that are CR3 are really different in power levels than other monsters that are CR3, and that's for all the challenge ratings. So you are going to want to think about them not just in terms of the challenge rating, but also like the powers that they have and what your players have access to. And similar to what I said to the last caller, if the worst case scenario, if you pick a monster that's too hard, you can fake its hit points and you can just decide it has less hit points and have it die earlier, or you can make it decide it wants to run away because it's not really, it's not trying to like risk its life for food. So there's a lot of things you can do to mess with that sort of thing.
I knew that, but I was more like, let's say, since I have a party of 5, doing something of a higher challenge rating than them, or like messing around with quarter challenge rating, but I realized
it depends on the group.
Yeah, but I realized my friend already has a website for figuring that out, so bye.
All right, cool. See you, buddy. Have a good one. Yeah, Kobold Fight Club. That's a good one. All right, bye. Be good to yourself. Have a good one. Thank you for your question. You're not talking, but I'm assuming you're leaving. Okay, bye. That was Goblin Nerdo. Let's give them a round of applause. Great question. Absolutely great question. What's up, Patrick? Patrick, if you want to hop in, we're taking calls, but no pressure. Hi, Cinder. I hope this gets answered, but I'm having an amateur GM issue running. I get horrible anxiety when I try to run combat. I get anxious and nervous and worry about it being bad. Thought to PCs. I think you just got to try it. Like, there's things you can do to try to make yourself more prepared for combat, like writing the monster features on index cards, putting like an order of operations for people, like, you know, keeping turn order in things like that. But combat is not that hard to run. The hardest part of combat is trying to make it stay interesting if it runs a long time. But if you are planning the monsters that you're going to use kind of thoughtfully against what the players are able to do, especially if you're new to combat, you can kind of just run the numbers. Like, you can just go through the motions of being like, this monster has this attack, it's going to move to you and try to attack you with this. It doesn't need to be complicated to start. Hey, Patrick.
Howdy. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I was just listening to your response to that very relatable question.
It was a great question.
It is.
All right. I gotta adjust music a little bit now.
Yeah, man.
You're a little quiet.
I can boost if I need to.
Boost a tiny bit.
Yeah, 2 seconds. Let me get into my sound set. My sound settings. There we go. How's that?
Better.
That a little better?
Yeah.
Cool and good. Cool and good.
I know he's not quiet, but he wasn't quiet because I had his volume cranked 200% on Discord, which is not what
which is not ideal. Yeah, that's not the best way to do that.
All right, we're pulling in callers and we're answering questions from chat.
Let's do it.
Oh man, let's get Blue. We got Blue in line. And by the way, if anybody's watching and you want to call in, if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, just join the Discord and go into the waiting room. You can find the link in the video description in YouTube and in the commands in Twitch. All right, this is Blue that we're bringing in. Hey, Blue, how's it going?
Hey, man. Oh, God, you jump scared me.
I'm frightening, man.
Yeah, hi. So, I want to make fights epic.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I want, like, you know, Dark Souls style, like, boss fights.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, I've tried a couple things out, and I'm finding it's very difficult to do.
What have you tried that didn't work?
Recently I had a little one-shot with a couple of my friends, which was basically just a dungeon crawl ending in a boss fight. Simple as enough. I mean, there was a whole, like, time loop mechanic going on, but not important to the boss fight. So, they get to the end of the dungeon, come into this big room, boss standing in the middle. It was like an artificer themed boss, so there were Tesla coils, there was like spike floors, and I just wanted it to feel like, I just didn't want it to end up being like, oh, he hits you, you die.
Mm-hmm. So what did you try that didn't work?
Well, I guess it's how do I explain it? So I tried giving him like stages.
Mm-hmm.
So like he has his first health bar. You defeat him, he scurries away to a back room and comedically sets up a new stage with different. So the first stage, kind of generic. He tried to use the Tesla coils to like corral the players into a line, so he can then use his line attack.
Mm-hmm. I don't think we need to go through every specific feature, but you tried to give him you gave him like a stage. You tried to do like a staged thing where it would change in combat. Yeah.
Yeah. Like different theme, different idea for.
I think that's that's a pretty good thing.
It's a good tool.
But what did the player, and it just didn't land? Why? What didn't work about it?
It was just hard to balance. I think mainly like his survivability, because like it was 4 level 8 players, and their builds varied in terms of like effectiveness, but like overall they could do like a solid 150 damage a turn or round even between them.
Mm-hmm.
So it just felt like I had this these abilities planned out and like how he'd do things, but then it would just be like 1 or 2 rounds and then he's out of HP and off setting up his next phase. Like it just felt like it just went by very quickly.
In a weird sort of way, I feel like a fight going by quickly is very good in D&D. I feel like the bigger problem with fights is when they take a really long time. I think somebody in chat is saying legendary actions. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. I kind of agree with that. So I think that there's a couple things that I'm thinking about immediately. The first thing is, I think a monster going through stages is great. And I think that's a great way to make it seem cinematic. But make the things that they do that are epic on those stages, make them layer actions, make them legendary actions, make them things that just happen,
Right.
Like,
yeah.
That's a very important part of big monsters is action economy and making sure they have the tools to put up with player action economy.
Right. Yeah, that's true. I guess it was like my first time trying something like that, and I guess it's just like a lot to keep track of, I guess.
Yeah. I think the other thing to try to keep in mind is that, every table is a little different, but I'm guessing you probably don't have the monster stat block put up in front of the players, right? Cinder, I think, just mentioned, like, you can do the sleight of hand to say, like, oh, no, he just has more hit points in this moment. Or, I think more often it's that, you need less. But in this instance, it sounds like I really want another round out of this, right? Like I really want another round to sort of give him an opportunity. Just stretch the hit points a little bit, right?
Right.
You can do that to pretty much any facet of the game, right? When you're playing out a monster stat block, there's often this this idea that we as GMs have, where it's like somehow that's a contract with the players, that the rules that are on the page that we've put down in front of us, we're beholden to as some sort of agreement. But the players have never seen it, right? The players only know what you have said aloud.
That's true.
And what you've demonstrated that this character can do. So if you need to, again, to Cinder's point, just have some stuff happen, that's a great way to like make a character, a monster, feel very threatening.
Right.
Especially if it's telegraphing, right? So you can do things like have the monster destroy the environment, an NPC that they don't care about that much, an object that they care about maybe a little bit, but less than their own lives, and use that to foreshadow, like, hey, if you're not careful and you don't take this seriously, like it's gonna fuck you up. And it kind of puts players in that headspace of being reflective. And you can make that stuff up in reaction to what's happening at the table to a degree, right? Like, you can play the monster as a character, not necessarily as a strict like flow chart.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a lot to keep in mind for next time.
Yeah. One other thing that I want to say is that I think that for me, one of the most important parts of a fight feeling epic is the context in which that fight takes place.
Yeah.
So I think that it is hard to make a one-shot that is basically just a dungeon feel epic because you're playing a video game level. You can make a battle scene with the most boring stat block giant the most epic thing in the world if you build up to it with plot and character and setting. It's a lot about setting expectation. Like, think about anime. I think about anime fight scenes when I think about epic. You can watch a scene from One Piece or a scene from Jujutsu Kaisen or something, and you can be like, that's a pretty cool looking fight scene. But that's because, and you don't need context for that, but that's because there's animators, there's musicians, there's lighting, there's stuff that you just don't have access to. But the other side of that is, if you do know those shows, those epic fight scenes feel a lot more epic, and a lot of scenes that don't feel as epic from an audience perspective that's uninformed are like the most epic moments because of where they sit in the show. So you can't rely as well on setting a cool scene without context that can happen in watching a random clip on TikTok from a cool fight scene, because you're not a cinematographer. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're just using your words. So the power that you have is context.
Right. So, okay. So like the stakes setting up, like
yeah, like a boss battle, a battle against a giant that is the giant that destroyed your village, the giant that, kidnapped your uncle that you have been chasing for 30 years, and then it turns out they are your uncle, and now you have to fight them to, like, lay claim of your land. That fight is going to be epic. The battle between that fight is the same fight as the fight where you go to defeat a giant to take over a kingdom, but this context makes it quite different,
Gotcha. Okay. Right, now I just need to think of how I'm going to do that.
That's D&D though, baby. That's making the story.
That's true. That's the DM's pastime.
My single piece of advice for that is let your players do as much of that work as you possibly can, because they will tell you what they care about, and you can take it from them on behalf of this giant. Right.
Yeah,
and they will thank you for that, and you will have done less work. Like, it's a great loop if you can get it going.
Very true. Very true. There's always that one goblin that the party takes in.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Cool.
In my campaign, they actually found Steve, a robot minion, and just took him in as their own.
Dude, we're all here for a robot minion. All about it.
We're all here for Steve.
It's very good.
In the podcast that me and Patrick make, I have a minion mushroom person. Spoilers.
He's a kleptomaniac. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I'm teaching him.
Oh my god. Now that I'm thinking of it, I should have had the boss hold Steve hostage.
Next time.
That's exactly the kind of thing. That's exactly the kind of thing.
Yeah.
All right. This has been a lot of help.
Cool.
Good.
Thanks for the call, man.
Great
Thank
questions.
you.
All right. Love you.
Have a good one.
Bye. Click.
Bye.
All right. Let's give Blue a little round of applause. Stakes are a funny thing, man.
Yeah. I mean, it matters in everything too, right? Like,
yeah, it really does.
There's so much happening when you see that clip of like a God of War or like Dark Souls fight, and you're like, oh shit, this looks so cool. And it's like, it looks really cool because there's literally centuries of visual storytelling that's gone into how do I make sure you have enough context at a glance, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's all just context. There's a great picture of a Mario level from back in development where Mario is like jumping over a chasm, and it's like pillars, right? And he's jumping over some pillars, and then they take away everything that the pillars are resting on, so he's just jumping over blocks in midair. And the anxiety that you feel for the second picture, where there's nothing supporting those blocks, they're just in midair and it's a sheer drop straight down, versus the pillars, even though from a mechanical perspective they're exactly the same, is incredible.
Yeah.
And you just gotta, that's the art. You just gotta figure it out.
Yeah. That's a fun thought experiment. Rex, thank you for the 6 months. That's cray, dude. Been around for a hot second.
Let's go, Rex.
Should we bring in another caller? Let's see. Did anybody ask any questions in the chat? I feel that this person, Lucky's been like telling the story of their campaign, and it's like, man, I can't. I'm not going to read the story of your campaign through blocks of chat.
A lot going on.
Cinder, my D&D group imploded after 8 years. What would be the best way to find a new group? I think that the first thing to do would be to ask people that are your friends or people that you know if they're interested in trying D&D. People that you know that you're comfortable with and you're familiar with. And then outside of that, I would probably look to see if there's any D&D groups or clubs in your local area. I live in a place where there's like, I haven't gone to it, but there's a D&D club that like meets at bars and restaurants sometimes, or cafes.
Yeah.
Or look online, man. There's forums. There's LFG looking for group. There's a looking for group section in my Discord. There's a great one on Reddit too. You just got to be a little bit cognizant and like have your like haunches up a little bit to have like the creepy vibe going. You know, you got to be ready to have the vibe checks ready to go and not be scared to get the fuck out of there if you don't like it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good piece of advice for online games.
Yeah. How do I just text in? You write it in the comments, but if it is a long thing, then I'm not gonna read it because I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna try to find your question in a multitude of messages across the thing. Maybe I will. Maybe I can. Who knows? I'm not gonna say no.
We shall see.
Question about the art thing tomorrow. What if our creature has multiple forms? Would it be fine to submit one image or pick only one form? I would say pick one image that contains all of the forms in it, so we can sort of see it. But one picture that holds all the forms.
So like one PNG.
Pat, are you gonna hang out? Do you want to come to that stream tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
If you can't, no worries.
Nope. Sorry, I got rehearsals.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right, that's cool. It's cool. It's gonna be an art. I'm excited. It's another art stream.
That's awesome. I might be able to catch like the very beginning of it. We'll see.
All right. No worries. Yeah. I would say, listen, Lucky, I can't see exactly what you're talking about, but it seems like you are dealing with some inter-party conflict that is leading to you want revenge on your party. And I would say I would only do that if all of the players and the dungeon master are comfortable with that being the plot. And if they're not, then you need to solve that problem as players and let your characters just move on from it.
I mean, I did just glance at that comment, and I will say within the context of just that one comment, your DM pulled some big red flags, and I would, it's your life, your relationships, you can have a conversation or not. I'd leave that table, personally.
The DM, what did they do? The DM took over your character when you weren't there?
Yeah, it's that thing again.
Oh, yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah, just that is for me, that is an instant you don't understand how to manage consent at your table and you're not being respectful of me as a player. I'm gone.
Yeah. I agree. Not everyone has, not everyone has many options for games and they feel stressed or scared to leave a table. But
also, it could be like this could be this person's like sister who was the DM, and like it's like at that point maybe have a conversation and be like, what the fuck was that, right?
Yeah. But even still, you need to have that conversation.
Yep.
Hey Cinder, how would you translate the devil fruit and hockey system into D&D?
I swear to God.
I'm gonna be really honest, random
Was that a real comment that you just got? Or are you fucking with me right now?
No, I'm not fucking with you. I'm gonna be really honest. You don't. You could try, but it's just too overpowered a system for D&D. You find a role-playing game. You find a role-playing game that's designed to do One Piece stuff.
Cinder,
that's what you do.
Is how do I do devil fruit in D&D an older meme than don't say may, say can?
No, but it's similar in age.
I feel like they're just as old. I feel like you've been dealing with that exact question since your like third stream.
Yeah, it's a lot. What are some homebrew Arctic creatures that would make sense to exist in an icy plane, aiding human inhabitants in adapting to harsh climates? Maybe giant ice bugs that are like termites that build giant structures out of snow, but then when they leave those structures, humans can like move into them, like they abandon them after a certain amount of time. So they're like these natural igloos that people could use. I don't know why that was what came into my head, but that was what came into my head.
That's really cool. Also, a fun thing that's slightly less fantastical is that camels originally evolved in cold climates, and you could have a camel-like creature that can find liquid water, lakes and stuff, and help get people there.
Ooh.
Treat it kind of like a desert.
Yeah. I mean, Arctic and the desert have more in common than any other two. The desert has more in common with the Arctic than does anything else, and vice versa. A lot of people are asking how to find new D&D groups. I'm just going to give a blanket response to that now, and that's going to be the last time I answer that question on stream tonight. Because it's okay to have that question, but it's a lot of the same question. If you don't have people that you know, you look for community or local events that host that thing. You look for D&D bar nights. You look for D&D being hosted at the local library. Or you go to looking for group sections of Roll20. You go to looking for group sections of Reddit. You go to looking for group sections of either my Discord community or any number of D&D Discord communities. And you put yourself out there. And that's what you do. Or you go to start playing games, and you that's also a good way to do it. Start playing games also works well.
Yeah. We got a couple more questions in the chat. I don't know if you want to pull somebody in.
Anyone? Oh yeah, you mean in the waiting room?
Well, we have more people in the waiting room, but I would say we also got a couple more questions in the chat.
Yeah, what question did you? Yeah, if you see one you want to answer.
How would you help someone newer to the roleplay aspect get more comfortable roleplaying? Is this? I think my question would be: is this from the like? How would a GM get a player more comfortable roleplaying? The best thing to do is to address them in character and use character voices. They don't have to be anything fancy, but just like change your pacing, change your, get a little folksy with it, right? Get a little highfalutin, and address them in character is usually the easiest way. If you're not specifically the GM, the rest of it is just cultivate a table where that is where people feel safe doing that. People don't like role-playing because they don't want to feel judged. And so if you can help them not feel judged, they're going to be more comfortable role-playing.
Yeah. What's your opinion on rolling for deception, persuasion, and such on other players? This is what I would say. The only time that I am comfortable asking players to roll deception or persuasion is when a player wants to lie to another player in character, or a character thinks another player character is lying and they want to check. And what I tell them is I say, the person who wants to check rolls an insight check, and the person who is doing the talking either rolls a deception or a persuasion check, and they don't tell us which one. Maybe they tell me which one, and then the only thing that they tell us is the number. And if the number is high enough, then then the person who rolls the insight check doesn't get anything. And if the insight check wins, then they learn that the person rolled a deception check or a persuasion check. But I keep most of it for roleplay. I don't like using those things against players, or having players use them against each other.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really not built for that. You can get some fun stuff out of letting players answer their own insight checks, but it's really not built for it.
Yeah. Let's see. How do I take D&D player and convince them to try something? I would just remind your players that you are on their team. And my guess is if your players are super nervous to try anything, it's probably, at least in part, due to you creating multiple very negative consequences to them trying something. Because generally speaking, players that are tricked into shenanigans don't forget those tricks. Oh, you mean try other games? You elevator pitch. You treat it like they've never played D&D, and you're trying to run D&D for them for the first time. So you come up with you bring pre-made character sheets. You tell them they don't need to learn the rules. You handhold them through the whole process, and then at the end of it, you say, if you like this, let's do more. And you try to show off what makes the system you're trying unique.
I would also say be ready to help them through their first session, which probably means really knowing the game that you're trying to run. Like, read that book, read it a couple times, be ready to answer their questions in flight so that you can say, like, I can get us through this, right? We're not going to be spending the whole time just looking up rules.
Yeah. Gabbo, I have no idea why you keep getting kicked from the waiting room. It's probably something technical.
Weird. It's just a Discord thing. Is it a capacity?
Nope.
No.
All right. I think he's probably.
You want to pull somebody in?
Yeah, let's grab Arcade Avery.
Yeah, let's do it.
Arcade, what's up? You got to unmute and undeafen. You can't hear me, but I'm telling you, you got to unmute and undeafen.
This is a verbal warning. Unmute and undeafen. Hello.
What's up? How's it going? No worries. How's it going?
It goes.
What can we do for you today?
Okay, so I'm wondering, I'm trying to figure out where, like, I guess CR wise, I want to put my big bad for the game that I'm writing. Because my players are level 3 currently, and it's someone who's trying to become a demon lord, and I don't want to throw a demon lord at my players, right at the beginning. But I also don't want it to be like some like big CR20. I want there to be like some sort of like medium sort of threat there.
Do you mean for like the monster that's gonna be the big bad, or for a thing for them to encounter very early that sort of foreshadows the big bad?
Something that's gonna be the big bad. I'm gonna foreshadow them, early on regardless. But like they also need to have the capability of like some world-ending bullshit.
What level do you want them to be when they fight it?
It's a really good question. I'm not entirely sure yet. Maybe like 10?
What I would do then is I probably would go to like D&D Beyond and just look, and it's like a devil or a demon, you said?
Yeah, it's a wizard trying to become a demon lord.
All right. So what I would do is I would say look at a fiend stat block that's somewhere between like 8 and like 12, and pick one that you think is badass, and then give it some extra spell casting and call it a day. Look at the Arcanoloth, for example. This is like, here you go. Here's a fiendish spellcaster right here. A big evil fox monster. Or look at, even like a chain devil, which is not that beefy. It's CR8. But if you added on like a 10th level spellcaster to its powers and gave it a bunch of minions, that could be pretty intense. But that's literally what I would do. Like, I would just go through the monster manual, and I would look for monsters that feel like they're of that caliber, and consider and tweak them so they feel like bosses. Give them legendary actions, give them pets, etc.
Yeah, that sounds like a really obvious solution when you say it, and I'm kind of annoyed that I didn't think that myself. But here we are.
It's all good, dude.
Cool.
Nothing's obvious, man.
Nothing's obvious to anyone. I'll also throw in that if you're curious about how to balance for CR, the best tool that I've ever found, and I use this every time I plan a session, is the Don John encounter size calculator. If you Google Don John, Donjon encounter calculator, it will just give you, like, you plug in how many players you have, what level they are, and what difficulty, easy, medium, hard, and deadly, that you're shooting for, and it'll tell you, like, you'll need this many CR0s, or you'll need this many CR5s, in order to build a tricky encounter. And then I literally just plugged it in for this. You said, you know, kind of roughly around 10th level. I'm assuming you have 4 players. Cinder's 8 to 12 is perfect, because 8 is you need 1 to 2, and then 12 is, you know, the upper bounds there. So Cinder has that memorized. I don't, and the encounter calculator is helpful.
I don't have it memorized. It's just that when you sail long enough, the waves begin to speak to you.
Yeah, right. Okay.
That's a
It
good
doesn't
one,
mean you
but-
necessarily know what elevation you're at sea. You know?
Valid. I'm a compass boy, and use tools, so that I like the Don John calculator.
You know how there's different type. Ooh, I'm missing my thing. You know how there's like chefs that are like, use this and this and this, use 3 grams of this and 2 ounces of this, and then there's chefs that are like a pinch of this, a handful of this, a pinch of this. I'm the pinch. I'm the pincher. I am the pincher. That sounds so creepy. But yeah, I would say, you know, customize something that's in that range to feel like a monster, feel like a boss. And it's going to be adding spellcasting, adding legendary actions, adding layer actions, maybe adding legendary resistances. And you don't need to do much more than that.
Okay. That is very helpful.
And then obviously reflavor like the look of it and the names of any of its powers to be like just exactly what you need it to be. One of the wonderful things about fiends and in general is that they all look pretty crazy and different, so it doesn't matter. Like, you could just change, make them be anything they need to be.
Cool. Yeah, that's very helpful. And then let's see. My second question, real quick, is I have a tendency to play reckless characters.
Sure.
And I'm always trying to like walk the line between like reckless and I don't want to annoy the other people. Like I'm not trying to ruin other people's plans or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like an example recently was we encountered a bunch of what are the fish people who can like make gods?
Oh, the Kuatoa. I love them.
Oh,
Yeah, we encountered a bunch of Kuatoa, and I was sent to distract them while we tried to steal from them. And I was like, this might be really reckless, but I can turn into like this big fish monster and be like, hey, I'm your god instead. And I tried that. And the other people at the table, I think they were there for it, but they're also just kind of like, man, there's no way this is gonna work. And like they were kind of just like, I don't know, the vibe felt off. So I'm always just like trying to tread that line. I'm just like wondering if you have any advice in that sort of scenario.
I can talk about my own experience because I am also that player that I like to do the dumb thing and the chaotic thing. I try really hard to not do the dumb or chaotic thing unless I genuinely, as a person, think that it will actively drive the story forward, like, actually well, and I'm just expressing this idea through a silly thing, or I am quite confident that it will not have a dramatic negative effect on the direction that the story is going or the tone of the characters. Like, it's sort of like being an evil character. Like, it's more work. You got to really think about where to show those moments. Yeah, Bildo says be dumb responsibly, and I think that is a really good example of way to think about it. Like,
it's really good.
Allow them to take up more space when the consequences are less of a big deal, or less of a big deal for everyone.
Yeah.
I will also I will also throw in that there is something that your GM could do if you would be comfortable going to them being like, hey, I want to continue being kind of reckless, but I don't want to put us in a situation where the players are mad at me for playing in this reckless way. The GM tool is to foreshadow or expose consequences. So that would look like, oh, I want to turn into this fish person. The GM would say like, look, if you're going to turn into that fish person, you're immediately going to be in charge of a cult, and you're not going to be able to leave here alive.
Yeah.
Right? And that allows you and everyone else at the table to have at least a little bit of an informed decision going in. and it can diffuse a lot of that stuff.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we've been playing D&D together for 1,000 million years, and we're all pretty like comfortable with where we're all at. But this is mostly just like my own personal anxieties, I guess.
For sure.
But yeah, I mean,
you can also always ask. That's another thing.
Yeah.
So me and Pat are in Rally together, and he's the dungeon master, and I play a big robot named Guard. And one of the gimmicks that I lean into very hard with Guard is that Guard is essentially a robot. He is a force of, he's like a magical robot. So he's sort of like a force of will, but he is very mechanical in the way that he thinks. And he does not take time to question a thing. If he thinks he sees the solution to a problem, he charges at it regardless of anything around him. But the only reason that works is because I pretty regularly, out of character, check in with the other players before I do something too extreme. I usually be like, is this okay? Or like, I don't think this is a good idea, but I think Guard would do this. And they vibe check me. And it's happened, you know, usually it ends up being fine, but there's definitely times where somebody will be like, let's do something different first. And it's good. You know, you get into the habit of giving each other feedback. It's a part of being it's a part of performing with people, whether it's privately for yourselves or for a show.
Yeah.
And the more you do that, the more comfortable you are with that. And the less it affects you when somebody says, please don't do that. Because I do think there's an element of like, it isn't nice feeling when someone says, don't do that, when it's something you're really excited to in game. But you just have to decide, like, this isn't my companion. This isn't like my co-adventurer telling me that they don't like me. It's my co-adventurer telling me that they think this idea isn't going to be the best idea for the group right now. And that doesn't, and being comfortable with that element of criticism is healthy and good.
Yeah, and I would say for the most part, I am. But you know, there have been instances where there's a running joke in our party now, like, oh, how many more Pixels characters do you want to kill? Because it's happened twice now that my consequences have led to someone else's death.
Oh no.
So it's fine. It's like, it's all in good fun.
Yeah.
You know, it's a game, but there is still like that little part of me. It's like, I don't want to get any more people killed. You know?
Yeah.
No kidding.
But yeah, thank you. I will still continue to work on that.
Dude, don't listen. It's gonna be great. You're gonna kill it. Also, well,
Yeah.
you maybe literally.
Yeah, maybe literally.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you know what? You're right.
All right. Cool.
All
Thank you very much, Arcade.
Thanks.
All right, that was Arcade Avery. Let's give her a round of applause. That's a very self-aware question.
It's a really self-aware question.
You know how the way that question usually gets asked?
How?
My group sucks. I keep thinking of all these funny ideas to do, and nobody is letting me do them, and nobody understands. That's how you ask that question if you're not self-aware.
That is normally how that question gets asked. That question gets asked in that way about 800 times to the one time.
Yeah, and it's the title of the question is usually like my dungeon. Like, why is my dungeon master ruining my fun? Why does my dungeon master not understand how the game is about freedom? Like, well, Jojo Banana Pants, if that is your real name. Get out of here.
I want to see a long form birth certificate.
Oh, GM Workshop. Hi, GM Workshop.
Howdy.
Guys, GM Workshop is a good friend of mine. He and I are doing a project together that I don't know if we've spoken about publicly yet, but I'm excited for it.
What?
I know, Patrick. I'm doing another little podcast. It's going to be a wee little one with GM Workshop, and we're doing
That's cool.
D&D. I don't even know. I'll tell you about it off screen. I don't know if we want to talk about it.
Okay. All right.
But GM Workshop is also he's my friend, and he also thinks he's not that popular. But I see your fucking numbers, dude. You get much higher numbers than me on Twitch these days, and you're partnered. You're famous people. Deal with it, Canada. Also, he's Canada.
He is Canada. The whole thing.
Yeah. Cinder, any advice implementing devil fruit One Piece? Fuck you, Baba. I love you. but fuck you. That was a joke. That time it was a joke. I see you. I see you. You try to come in here with your YouTube name and hiding under this Philip Mead, but you forget. I don't see words, man. I see the bond that connects things.
Is this Pabetta?
Everybody calm down.
God. Oh, shit.
It's not you people have a goddamn obsession. It is a lot of people.
A lot of people, too.
One Piece is, I feel like a cigarette. You know? You see it from a distance, and you're like, I don't understand how someone could be obsessed with that. I don't know how someone could, like, build their schedule around needing that. Or, like, spending money over and over and over again on that. But then, once you've had a couple, you look at the people that are outside, and you're like, they're not cool. Bunch of fucking losers. They don't get it. That's why One Piece, that's why no one should ever watch One Piece other than the original version on Netflix.
Right. Correct. 100%.
If you want to watch a One Piece cartoon or read a One Piece comic book, I'm sure it's fine. And how many people get mad when I say that? All of them. And I love it.
All of them. 100%.
Should we bring in Monsieur Pigeon?
Monsieur Pigeon. Yeah, absolutely.
Bonjour, je suis Cinder. Oh, he left. Let me try again. Bonjour, je suis Cinder. Bonjour.
Hello.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
How are you today?
I am very well, thank you.
Were you about to speak true and real French to me in response?
I do not know French. I do not speak the baguette, so it would be very difficult for me.
All right, I accept. What can we do for you today?
Okay, so I am a very, very new DM.
Cool.
Welcome.
Yeah, it's great. But in my research of the rules, I found that a lot of people don't like a lot of the rules and have their house rules for them.
Sure.
Now, the problem with these house rules is that I don't know which one, I don't know if I should implement them or not, given the fact I've only just found out about this game last year. So, there are very famous ones that a lot of people use, like when you crit, you just take the total of the dice and then roll it and add it that way. But then there are people like altering the Zealot Barbarian because of various reasons, or making the champion fighter better. And because I'm very new, I don't know what to change and what to keep. But I also want my players to have fun. But given the fact that we're all very new to it,
your players will have fun. I'm just going to tell you that. I think your players will have fun. I can't think of a single homebrew rule or a house table rule that is the difference between a group having fun or not.
I'm gonna push back on that. Actually,
push back on it, baby.
Cinder, I'm gonna push back on that because I have read so many posts on Reddit, and it's never happened to me personally, so it may all be fake, but I've read so many posts on Reddit where a new GM has somebody come into them and a new player come to them and be like, hey, I want to change the Great Old One Warlock so that it actually gets 8th level spells at level 2. Could we? That's a pretty common homebrew rule. Could we do that? Like, there are radically outlandish things that get slipped in under the guise of like homebrew.
Wait a minute. We are not. You don't disagree with me, you fiend.
Okay.
You fuck.
Okay.
You champion of. I was saying that I don't think you need to add anything to fix the game. I wasn't saying that adding something.
Don't have the homebrew rules.
Yeah, I'm saying don't have homebrew rules. Start with no homebrew. Just play the game.
Got it.
And build the homebrew. You start incorporating ones when you need them. But yeah, because of what Patrick is saying, but also because none of you know the game yet. None of you know it. The reason why they're house rules is because they're for the house. Like, you don't know what your players are. You don't need to do anything to fix the Beastmaster Ranger if you don't have a Beastmaster Ranger. You know what I mean? Like the homebrew rules are for your table. And the truth of the matter is, you might not, things that people might think are really fucked up and need to change, your table might fall in love with.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm I've introduced D&D to the people I'm playing with. I've only played it once, and I was a ranger who was a beastmaster. I actually loved it.
Beastmaster Ranger is
good.
fine now, by the way. It's good now. They
good.
fixed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played without Tasha's edition, and I actually kind of liked it.
Cool.
It's fine. It's fine. Like, the stuff that gets changed at scale is because enough people had a problem with it that it was worth additional attention. But the amazing thing about TTRPGs is that it isn't a video game. Nothing you do from a stock perspective in 5e is going to feel so broken that you can't just keep playing the game, that it takes the fun out of the game. You may get a monk that's like, hey, I feel like I don't have enough key. Hey, now you've got a problem as a GM. You can solve that problem, and boom, there's a home rule that makes sense for your table. But bringing stuff in from the outside just because the discourse says, oh, the Beastmaster Ranger fucking sucks and we need to fix it. It's like, if you play it and you have fun, it's not broken. Period.
Yeah, I'm just not feeling a whole lot of comfort in like even designing encounters. I'll design a world, and then I'll be like, okay, now I'm gonna take the Wave Echo Cave from Lost Mine of Phandelver because I'm
No, that's dude. You know what you just did? You know what you just said? You know what you listen. You just said, this is what you just said. I'm going to translate what you just said, okay? You ready for this? This is what you said. You said, I am not totally prepared to balance encounters, so I'm taking the perfect steps to teach myself to learn how to balance encounters. That's what you just said.
That's it.
That is what I did for years. When I started playing D&D, I was exactly in your position. I moved to a new city. I had friends. They wanted to play D&D. I wanted to run D&D. I'd never run it before. I'd played maybe twice. No, I played like 5 or 6 times, but sort of scattered, and a lot of it was in 4th edition, and I didn't really even know what was going on. But I literally just went to Reddit forums where people shared encounters they designed, or I bought a couple like low-level one-shots and just mushed them all together, and that was my first campaign that I ever ran. And it was so much fun.
Oh, okay. So it sounds like I'm doing okay things.
You're doing great stuff. You're doing great stuff.
I do have one more question, which is, if I were to implement dragon fruit into a
him. Fucking kick him.
All right. I love you. Bye. All right. Let's give Monsieur Pigeon a round of applause.
I mean, truly, like, again, talk about self-aware. Like, if something makes you feel weird as a GM or as a player, you don't have to do it, right? Like, consider telling the other people at the table, like, hey, this makes me feel weird, and I'm not ready for that, or that's not where I'm at, right? Like, that is always valid.
Yeah.
And so much of making a game fun doesn't lie in, do we have the features right? It lies in, did I have an honest conversation with the people at my table?
There is one thing that came up in chat that I actually think is a pretty straightforward piece of house rule homebrew that is a very easy way to make D&D go from easy mode to medium mode, depending on if you use it or not.
Go on.
And that is drinking potions as a bonus action. Drinking potions as a bonus action is D&D with a little bit of easy mode, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely easy mode for the players, but I'll be honest, I've never run that rule in a single game, and I've never hurt for it.
Yeah, I don't run it either, but my players are sad that I took it away from them, but I like that I took it away from them because I wanted them to have to use their fucking resources more.
Heal the pig. Yeah, I mean, also, like, what world are you playing in which you just have more potions than spell slots?
I'm playing in a world right now called Battle World, where the players have characters that have been teleported into a Westworld-styled Colosseum city that is designed for random people to go to it like it's an amusement park where they can play adventurer, and they are essentially the animatronics that have woken up. So there's actually a shit ton of health potions because they're like sold at the gift stuff. Yeah, that's the campaign.
That a real thing?
That's the game I'm running right now for my home game.
That's a really
fucking
cool
awesome.
game.
Yeah, it's awesome.
That's a really cool
I'm
game.
thinking about maybe turning it into an actual play as maybe the thing I do for an actual play. Yeah, it's really fun.
Cool
The
idea.
different sections of the theme park are based off of their backstories, and they don't know that yet. So
That's sick.
tiny thing.
Yeah.
The first third of the campaign or so was essentially something broke in the animatronic machines, and they were supposed to go to a different part of the park, and they were sent to an abandoned part of the park, and they woke up, and they don't have a past. They don't know what they're doing. They have their programmed backstories, but they don't. That's what they know. So they just know, like, I'm an adventurer. Like, they just made character backstories, and that's what they were. But then it was them, like, wandering around this wasteland of, like, broken robot monsters trying to figure it out. And it's basically they're in an abandoned part of the park, and they're about to cross the threshold of going from the abandoned part to the non-abandoned part by going through, like, the underground tunnels, Disney World style. But the next part of the campaign is literally going to be them, like, exploring their backstories by the way the theme park has, like, gamified and Disneyified their backstories. And they're going to be, like, walking around a theme park full of people.
Distressing. That's so good.
Yeah.
That's wild. I fucking love that.
But anyway,
That's really
there's
cool.
a shit ton of there's lots of potions. It's so
okay. I accept. That's
from,
a good
from,
reason to
from
have a
the
lot of
start
potions.
from
actually.
the start of that campaign. I made and I said this to my players. So I was like, I want this to be action packed. So we're leveling up like every 3 sessions, and beyond that, there's going to be a shit ton of one-time use magic items. So there's a lot of magic items, but they're mostly one-time use. And the idea is I just wanted it to feel very action-packed the whole time.
I'm going to be honest. We did a little bit of that in Rally in the most recent fight where it was just, I gave you guys just like a big fucking slug of one-time use magic items.
Yeah.
And it really changed the game.
It's fun.
It ramps that dynamism of the moment up to 11. It's really cool.
Yeah. And it's so easy, and you can give somebody the most overpowered thing, and if it's one-time use, it actually doesn't matter.
It's not that big of a deal.
You could literally be like, you can cast Power Word Kill once, and it won't break the game. It'll just be a moment, and it'll be cool.
It's honestly, it's so funny because I feel like Baldur's Gate bogs me down with one-time use magic items to the point where it's actually just not a fun system anymore. And it's so, like, that is a thing that I feel like actually works better in the paper version of D&D than in the video game version of D&D is having just like a ton of those resources.
Yeah. I've seen, Timothy is saying in the chat, he's seen things where people, it's like, you could do a bonus action to drink and get less healing, or an action to drink to get healing. You could also do like a bonus action to drink, an action to give it. I just like potions being an action. You got to commit to that potion. Chug a lug, baby.
Rules is written.
Pat, do you want to grab somebody else? Anything pop up in the chat you want to address?
Nah, nothing in the chat.
There's stuff in the chat. It's just maybe you don't want to talk about it. All right, let's grab funny money.
Well, I'm also not seeing YouTube, so.
Oh, I'm seeing both. I see all. What's up, funny money? How's it going, buddy?
Oh.
Funny money? Funny money? Funny money, I'm going to hang up on you in 8 seconds, and I would love to talk to you, but I'm going to hang up on you in 8 seconds. 1. Actually, tell you what, funny money, if you can hear me, I need you to hang up on me, and then I'm going to go back into the waiting room, and I'll pull you in, because it's probably Discord messing around. So do that. Show me that you're listening. Hang up on me. Perfect. Let's see them coming. Let's hope they'll pop back in. In the meantime, Super Rex. Rex, thank you for the super chat. $10. Thank you very much.
Yo.
Do you have any ideas for very simple yet fulfilling options for ship rolls? I want to just tell you to go look up that fucking book that I told the other person to look up, Dark Matter. They have really good ship rolls.
Dark Matter does have really good ship rolls.
Funny Money has not returned to the waiting room.
Boom.
There they are.
There they are.
All right, let's see if it works now. Hi, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. How's it going, buddy?
Oh, beautiful. How are you, Cincy?
Oh, I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing beautiful. I'm so glad to talk to you, man. I'm a big fan.
Oh, shucks. Well, what can we do for you today?
Okay, so I'm a new DM.
Mm-hmm.
I'm running Wild Beyond the Witchlight.
Nice.
And so I have 2 questions, but I discussed one thoroughly in the chat, but I'll give you my first one. My first question is, as I've only been playing as a DM for a few months, and I've only been a player for a few sessions before that, so I'm like very new, as like I'm very green, and I'm kind of playing a light raw campaign. and so like, and half of my party is completely new, and we just have a lot of like conflicting interests with my PCs, and especially with like one person in particular where I just keep trying to tell them like, just learn the rules more, just learn the rules more. But I kind of feel like a hypocrite because I am a new DM, so I barely know the rules myself, but it would help. And basically, just to get to the point, I feel like I want to see if there's a mechanical thing to kind of solve these like conflicting interests, because I feel like if I could find a mechanical way to skirt like people like, oh, I want to decapitate the bad guy since we just defeated him, or no, I want to interrogate him, and no, I want to let him free, and like, oh, well, you can't all do all three of those things at once, and I don't want to have to make a call every single time, like and just things like that.
Yeah, so I'll give you a couple thoughts. I genuinely think that is not an issue that is best solved through mechanics. I think that is an issue that's best solved through the players realizing what is happening and acknowledging it, and them solving the problem, because it's really not your problem to solve, actually. Yeah. Like, you are the dungeon master, in that your job is to navigate a lot of this stuff, but if they are all disagreeing and refusing to compromise on a thing, that is them being unfair to you, more so than it's them being unfair to each other. So I think the more important thing to do is to not make it a mechanic, but to be like, before next session, being like, sending a group text being like, hey guys, I've noticed that every time you kill something, you all have very different things you want to do. I need your characters to figure out how to get on the same page, because it's not fun for me to be the one that has to make the call. You guys are playing characters that are traveling together. There's got to be an element of they like each other, they care about each other, they need each other, something. But I need you guys to start deciding, even if your characters are going to argue about what to do, as players, you're going to concede going in a specific direction. That's the first thing. The other thing that you could do is you could start making all of the combat encounters way more plot heavy. So deciding to kill the guy versus interrogate him has like pretty dramatic impact on them being able to accomplish the goal. Maybe they're trying to break into a lich's fortress, and they decide to kill the guy instead of interrogating him, and because they killed the guy, they don't learn the password, and when they get to the door with the password, they basically have to run because the bad guys now know they're here, and any chance of sneaking didn't happen. And you can be pretty honest. You could be like, yep, so you guys, because it seems like you guys didn't interact with this door in the right way, and the way that you interacted with it made for the whole company to know that you're here, and they're all coming for, like, you could give them very real consequences for their actions in any direction, so that they start thinking about it in terms of, I want to make my character do something because of the way it takes the story, as opposed to, I want to do the thing because it's what I like and what I think is funny.
Gotcha. All right. Well, that's definitely some good food for thought, of like instead of like making a hard mechanic, just like actually just giving them consequences when they and that so for me, the issue that comes up immediately with specifically for Wild Beyond the Witchlight is that it's a light combat campaign. Yeah. So it's like, how do I do in situations where it's like they need to come to a decision and I want to put some heat on, or it's like I want to give them actual consequences for their decision that they come to, and not make it feel like, we wasted all that time arguing and blah blah blah. Like how do I actually what are some good examples for like those types of situations? Of where I'm not like leaning towards like a combat related consequence specifically.
So the first thing that I want to say is, I would just say, before you start running a combat light campaign for people that are really combat focused, you need to talk to them about the fact that it's a combat light campaign.
Well, they're not they're all very new. They're not combat focused.
But even still, set the
Mhm.
tone. Hey guys, I have this new Wild Witchlight book. It's like a Feywild adventure. It seems really cool, but just so you know, it's not super combat heavy. So there's going to be a lot of situations where your characters are going to have the opportunity to solve problems in a bunch of ways that are not combat. And if you want me to run a really combat focused campaign, maybe this is not the one for us to run. Like, just have that conversation. Yeah.
Well, all right. Do I have time to ask a second question as well?
Sure.
Oh, thank you. So I have a friend in the group that is not going to be able to make this week's session, and he may not be able to make next week's session as well. And so I'm thinking I want to prepare a one shot for them, since it's a pretty small party. I don't want to go potentially 2 sessions without a whole person.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wanted to know if you had any suggestions for either like ideas for a one shot in D&D, or maybe a system that's easy to pick up. Like I don't know much about them, but I'm aware of Kids on Bikes and Call of Cthulhu and things like that.
What's your goal of this one shot?
So my inspiration is
not inspiration. What's the goal of it?
Yeah.
Like, why are you running it? What specifically do you want to accomplish by running this one shot?
Well, that is
not
a good
from
question.
a plot perspective, from like a friendship. You're trying to make the game good perspective.
So basically, I want to. My idea is I want to give them character sheets with their names on it and put them in a situation that's either mysterious or like a monster of the week type of thing, something like that. Maybe leaning. I'm kind of leaning towards horror ideas.
But what? So is this just like a way to introduce the player to the game so that they can hop in with everyone else at a certain point?
Just to have a fun session with just 3 people instead of 4.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
not
Here's what I would do.
relate
I would
to
go to the
main
I would go to the
campaign.
DM's Guild, and I would look up the author M.T. Black, M.T. Black, and I would buy any of their one shots.
Beautiful. I love that.
They might even just have some available online, but they make really, really fun one shots that feel like a whole little D&D adventure. There's a little bit of role play, a little bit of funny, a little bit of scary. It feels like they feel very lived in. They're very good. And they're short. Like, a lot of them are like 3 pages for the Dungeon Master, like very easy to read, but with enough context in that to like run a lot of stuff.
Also dovetail off of that and say that you've said a couple of times, like, you've thrown out a couple of different games that are maybe a little bit lighter weight and maybe a little bit better suited to a shorter one shot, shorter session. Every single one of those games that you listed, I have played and I love. And I think that I would highly recommend that you try to play them, because you may end up loving them as well. But I would say, if this is a filler thing where you're like, hey, I want to make sure I'm providing 3 people with a session so I don't have to control my player, the vacant player character, and have them killed, right? Like, you don't want to be that guy. Having them learn a whole new game for one little side thing is probably going to be more effort than it's worth. And I like, those games are easier to learn. They're not that complicated, but they are probably more complicated than it would be to just hand them a little thing in the system they're already playing. That'd be something I would suggest, and I think I like Cinder's suggestion for find a one shot that you really like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that point.
Do play those games though; they're fun.
Yeah, they're good. They're good. Cool. All right, thank you very much, buddy.
All right, thanks, guys. I appreciate your help. I appreciate your time. Thank you for
man.
having me on.
Of course. See ya. Bye. Click.
Bye.
Good-dunk. MT Black was like did all my D&D planning for me for like a year. I used to live off of his one shots.
That's fun.
He has one shots where it's like, I'll tell you the one that's most memorable. It's called like the Ivory House, or the House of Ivory, or the House of Ivy. And basically the premise is your players are traveling, a mysterious mist appears, they get lost, they see a weird house, they can't like move past it. Like if they travel past it, they just appear in front of it again. And inevitably what it turns out is that it's like a famous house of a famous wizarding family. And it's like looks seemingly abandoned and like overrun, and all the different magical experiments in the house are like doing stuff. But what you eventually realize, spoilers for that one, is that the person, and it's all moon themed. It's very moon themed. There's lots of moon images and moon paintings and stuff. There's a big telescope on the top of the building. But when you get to like the main building, basically, or the main laboratory or arcane office, there's a puzzle that you have to solve, but the solution to the puzzle is you realizing that the wizard has accidentally teleported himself to the moon without the right materials to teleport himself back. And the way you solve the puzzle is you like see him on the moon through the telescope, and then you have to figure out what the materials are and then teleport to the moon to give them to him so he can teleport all of you back. It's very funny. But like the big twist is you realize there's like a little garden on the moon because he's just been stuck on the moon.
That's funny. That is truly some like Majora's Mask shit. I like that a lot.
Yeah, it was one of those fun ones because there's a lot of combat in it, but the big climactic event is not combat. It's like very funny and kind of lighthearted in a way that I really enjoyed. I wish I remember what that one was called. Moon. Gotta love the moon. All right, let's see.
I love the moon. First rule of fantasy, make the moon weird.
Yeah. How can I make an angry Bamber? I don't know what that is. It's a
think they just
two-legged
go on to
creature with huge ears and a tail and has a mind of its own. It sounds like it could be any monster with a tail. Main body is chaotic evil troll, and tail is lawful good and always intervenes. I think you have literally just described how to do it. You just did it. Yeah. You literally just did it. How do I make this character? Let me describe exactly what the character is.
I mean, if you're thinking about how to implement that from like a mechanical perspective, just pick 2 stat blocks that do kind of what you want and play them together.
Yeah, you know, grab like the Baylor, not the Baylor, the big ape demon stat block and the poisonous snake stat block and shove them together. Done. Let's see if this person is ready to call in. Manticore. I hardly know a core. Get it? Aren't I so funny? Patrick, you're being very quiet. You're not laughing hysterically at my joke. All right, let's grab not so friendly DM. What's up, not so friendly DM? You gotta. Are you here? Hello.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good. So I have a question. There was an event last night during my session that happened that ended up getting I had to kick out one of my players.
Ooh,
and I wanted
no
to know
fun.
if I'm
yeah, sure. Tell us what happened.
So essentially what happened was this character wanted to play a very chaotic character. He was super into like just messing around, which I'm all for. I love chaos. I think that's great. But I have one major rule with chaos, which is don't be a murder hobo.
Mm-hmm.
The second they get back from the first quest that he comes in for the campaign, he immediately says, "Hey, can I kill or not, hey, can I?" He says, "Hey, I'm going to kill the mayor that we just got this quest from."
Mm-hmm.
And I tell him, if you do this, I've told you for the last 3 weeks before you've come to this campaign, you can't be a murder hobo. This constitutes as a murder hobo. If you do this, I'm kicking you out. I have a no tolerance policy for this.
Mm-hmm.
He did it anyway. I kicked him out. And then there was a sort of, I wouldn't say a fight, but we had a very huge amount of differing opinions and ended up with him storming out of the building.
I think that I think that this problem is not stemming from that argument. I think the problem is stemming from a player thinking they can do something the Dungeon Master says no to. I think the problem, and I think part of that is on that player, and I think a tiny amount of it is on you. And the only thing that I would have changed about what I would have said if I were you is instead of giving an ultimatum, like you gave them the option to do it. You said, if you do this, you will be kicked out, which means that they can do it. You know how, are you familiar with the comic book Sandman? Or the
Maybe-
Netflix show Sandman?
Maybe you'd have to remind me of like the
So,
plot of it, but
it's a show, it's a comic book. It's about these beings that are the most powerful beings in the universe by far, bigger than gods. Like they are concepts made carnate, like death and dreams and desire and despair and stuff. And there's a scene in one of the comics where there's a character who is trying to fight Dream. And they're trying to use magic and stuff against Dream. And then things shift and the universe is just gone. And they are standing not in like a parking lot fighting a human. They are standing in Dream's palm, just like in space. And Dream is like, this isn't a fight. Like, I am the universe compared to you. Like, stop. Like, I can just go poof and you're gone. And I think that's kind of, I don't think you need to do that as a dungeon master, but I think that is what you do need to do as a dungeon master from like an actual perspective. Like when somebody says, I'm going to kill the mayor, you pull the power of the game stops and you say, that's not something I'm having in my game. And then if they say, well, I'm going to do it anyway, you don't say, you don't play along. You say, no, you don't. And if they say, I rolled for attack, I got a 22, you say, okay. And you say, nothing happened. That didn't happen. And if they start arguing with you about it, say, hey, man, if you're not going to respect my game and my table, I don't want to play with you. And then it doesn't need to be an argument. You literally can just say that. And if they keep pushing, just stop. Just stop. Just be like, okay, cool. Game's over this week, guys. We'll find a time to pick back up. And then you later can just be like, hey, man, we're moving on without you. You're not respecting me as a dungeon master, so I'm not playing with you. You don't need to give them the time of day.
all right, cool.
Which, to be fair, I mean, that to Cinder's earlier point, that doesn't sound radically different than how you handled it, right?
No,
like that's
not
a
at all.
slightly more buttoned up.
No, you did.
You know.
The only thing that I would have changed about what you did was I wouldn't have given them the option. I would have just said no.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And it's a very small framing thing that keeps that keeps in your hand a measure of it's your job to be the arbiter of what is and isn't allowed at this table, right? Like that's a responsibility that falls on you. You should be willing to hold on to that. But in terms of what you did and the fact that it devolved and that this player had to, is no longer going to be playing with you, I don't see another way out of that, right? I don't think there's anything you could have done because to Cinder's earlier point, that this player was not respecting your boundaries at the table. And that's just, it's not okay.
Yeah. That's like, you can't play a sport with someone that isn't playing by the rules. And because D&D is so gray in like open and different at every table, the rules more so than anything else are the social construct of the table, like the social contract of the table. And part of that means the dungeon master decides the rules. And if somebody is actively not listening, not where they're like disagreeing with you about interpretation of the rules, they are really looking at you and directly going against what you are saying the boundaries are, then it's no longer a game.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that validated what I think I needed to hear a lot. Thank you.
I think this person isn't understanding what D&D is, and they feel like you are obligated to run it like a video game when that is just not the case.
Right. Yeah. Right. It should be worth saying that this was their first time playing D&D. So
yeah, but even still, it's like
that they felt like that.
Yeah, it makes sense that they would have felt like that, but it's not everybody can take a hint, and I think that I don't think you should feel bad.
Cool. Thank you.
Yep. All right, buddy.
Have a great day, Syndoid.
You too. Syndoid. Syndoid's a new one. Okay, wait. Patrick, when you were running a pirate campaign, did you implement ship rolls, and did they have any mechanical impact?
I tried. And I tried to use it. The game started out as Saltmarsh, and it did not stay that way because Saltmarsh is one of the most poorly written game modules collection of one-shots that Wizards has ever published. But the early bits were somewhat interesting, and it did come with basically at the time the only ship rules in official 5e. And I tried running them, and they were clunky. The players bounced off of them, and I, at the end, found that it was easier and more fun to just run the ships narratively. The ships did what I needed them to do. They were set pieces that I could use. If the players decided to light one on fire, I could come up with a little, kind of quick little system for managing that. If they wanted, cannons and stuff, there are plenty of magic items that approximate that sort of thing, right? Like alchemist fire. You just kind of build off of it. So I really ended up piecing together stuff that was based out of a system that was a little bit more tightly integrated with D&D, just because a lot of the Hasbro official stuff is really not good for ships. I'm really interested in the dark matter stuff, because I feel like sci-fi gets this right way more than pirate content.
The dark matter rolls also, because you can sci-fi magic things into making sense. So like one of the roles in dark matter that I think wouldn't make sense in a pirate ship is the engineer, where basically you determine what parts of the ships get more power, and you essentially can give a little bonus to other things. Like if you direct power to the guns, they can fire twice. If you direct power to the shields, they do the power to the engines, they do this. And it's like, that's just something you can sort of magic hand wave with like spaceships. And how does that's harder to do with a proper pirate ship. The other thing that dark matter did really well was it scaled ship combat to human combat. And it introduced the thing that I think that was probably one of the bigger deals was that it introduced a direction, like direction mattered quite a bit. So like it took action, it took movement to turn, and it took movement to move, and certain guns could fire in certain directions and not others. So you would have ships like the dwarven ships, which are massive with these huge side guns, but they're slow and they're really slow turning, as opposed to the elven ships, which are much more fragile but incredibly nimble. So you had like, you could really get the vibes of the ships. It's cool. I like dark matter. You just also have to have players that are willing to learn all of those new mechanics.
It's just a whole other game layered on top of it, right? It's a whole other combat system. We saw a lot of this, if anyone's a fan of Dimension 20, the Starstruck Odyssey campaign that they did used SW5E, the Star Wars hack on top of 5e. It's just a different game. You just have to basically be playing a different game.
But not kids on bikes, because they're just on bikes. They're not on planes.
Yeah. Kids on boats, though.
Kids on boats.
Kids on boats.
Boats and
when
hoes.
Do we get that game? When do we get kids on boats? That's what I want to know.
I think that's just called One Piece.
Fuck!
It always comes back to One Piece.
It always comes back. That's how you build TTRPG for One Piece, is you hack kids on bikes to make it kids on boats.
Yeah.
Bing, bang, boom. Done.
Yeah. Patty, you want to stick around for one more?
I'll do one more.
I've never called you Patty before. I don't know how I feel about it.
Listen, I'm sure you'll get there.
Into the Indie. How's it going, buddy?
Good. Can you hear me just fine?
We can hear you just fine.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I started playing D&D close to 2 years ago, August. It was actually close to my birthday. I tried out D&D a few years beforehand, and one of my friends got me a pack of dice, and I was invited to the nearest group.
Cool.
Because another one of my friends was a member, and the first session I got on was the last session he was there. But around a year or so later, I DM'd the one shot, and now that one shot has grown into a full campaign that I'm regretting what I'm reading, because it is a poorly written campaign that I'm just basically tearing it down part by part.
Did you muted?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Dad's talking.
That's all right. That's all right.
But yeah, one of the there are some mechanics that the module does that I really like. One of the big ones is that as it's based on like a game thing, you actually have a limited amount of healing items you can carry. You can't buy like 20 potions at a store. You can only buy 2, as that's the amount of bottles that you have in your inventory. But aside from that, one of the things that I'm iffy on, because I do not like the idea of messing with agency, is that there was a funny idea that I heard where initially the party was supposed to fight like some effectively palette swaps because it's like a game trope of fighting like, oh, it's you but evil, where it's effectively like you're fighting your own reflection, which sounds fun, but I know the party will drop kick themselves. So and the campaign's been way too easy. So one of the players suggested that instead I build them to be like counters to each other. Like the rogue is the most damage dealing member of the party. Slap enemies abound on him. He's terrible with intelligence saves. And then I decided, you know what, I'm going to invert the personality. And then I realized that I wanted to keep them alive so they can just be bubbling idiots, like a Team Rocket type thing. Where they just show up every few sessions and goof off. I'm planning on introducing them later on next session. But it is actually kind of fun. But I want to see like how I could avoid things being way too repetitive. Like, you beat an objective. Congrats, you get an item. Now go beat the next objective to get another item.
You mean in terms of like the way you're designing your campaign?
The campaign was built around it, but
just start infusing other things.
Yeah,
you know, you go to get the new item and now somebody else has it, or start getting their backstories involved.
Yeah, the big benefit that I have is that when I am starting, one thing that I am doing is I am starting to do their putting their backstories in place, because there are 3 players that have been very consistent where ever since they joined the campaign, they've stuck in each session. So I'm having them be sort of the main focus.
Okay.
In terms of like story stuff, where
into the indie, I apologize. I am going to interrupt you though.
Yeah.
You're kind of losing me in the description of what you're describing, and I'm curious if you have a question.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I just want to be honest that you're describing a lot and I'm kind of getting lost in it, and I want to be helpful, but I am curious if there's a question tied to it.
Yeah, I just want to know if, trying to avoid making the campaign seem samey, like constantly trying to change things up, because currently it boils down to just go to a town, see if there's anything interesting, go to another town, see what's interesting, then go to the story plot.
I mean, I think you got to start putting a little bit more fire under the players, you know, instead of it being a casual go to town and see what's up, go to town and see what's up. It's like they got to rush to do something.
Yeah, that is true.
Or, you know, throw in something different. You know, maybe don't make every single thing go to a town and have to do a thing. Maybe they get kidnapped. Maybe, you know, they go to a town and it's been burned down by monsters, and now they're in like a monster apocalypse region for a little while, you know?
That is true.
Yeah, stuff like that, I'd say.
Yeah. One of the things that I think you mentioned that I'm kind of do is the whole player, like if a player's not there, the only thing I do if a player's not there is basically if a player would have known something, like their character would have known something through a history check, I'll kind of speak through them if they're not there, if it has some like core information.
You could do that whenever you're kind of going in a direction now, but what I usually do in those situations where a player's not available, I usually very specifically just say they disappear into the backpack. And the only time I would make something happen where I would do something on their behalf is if there is a magic item that they would have or a healing spell that they could cast or something like that. But I don't do any rolls or anything for them when they're not there.
Yeah, I don't do any rolls either. It's just like some exposition stuff.
Cool. All right, buddy. Well, I appreciate the question.
All right.
Have a good one. Be good. Bye.
Bye.
Click. That was Into the Indie. Into the Indie. Where did I put my lovely thingy? All right, Patrick.
Yes.
That was not really a question, so I'm going to ask you to help me with this last one. Cinder
Okay.
and Pat, I'll make my question a text one. Can you two make up a 1 to 2 sentence idea for this is a fun one, for an island I can throw at my seafaring adventure? All sorcerer D&D game I'm starting to run. So it's an all sorcerer seafaring island adventure.
Yep.
What's a weird island we could make? I'll tell you, the first thing that I think of is I like moving islands. I like islands that are like...
Bildo just did, yeah.
Yeah, Bildo, literally same thing. Giant turtle. I was thinking giant crab or giant lobster.
Very good, very good.
Another thing that might be fun, especially if it's all sorcerer, is what if the island like radiates anti-magic?
I was just going to say something like that. I think that's maybe very interesting. Or actually, I don't know if you have any wild magic sorcerers, but you could go in the other direction. What if this is like an active arcane volcano, right? Where it's like constantly spewing out wild magic. One of the things that they suggest for wild magic origins is like you had an encounter with some sort of supernatural force, you know, and this could be that, right? And it works if you don't have any wild magic sorcerers in your party, because this is like sort of the pure source of their energy. Or if you do, it can kind of backstory tie into one of them, so that you could potentially do something like that.
Apparently, Tradosio has a divine inferbutt and a lullbutt and a draconic.
Got it.
Oh, no, that's what Buttbot said. But yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good idea. Fucking with magic is a fun thing to do. I also just like islands that are secretly like there's some like weird stuff going on. I like when I think about like island hopping campaigns, I like to think of them like I want each island to feel like a Twilight Zone episode where it's like you're presented with a scenario, you're sort of figuring out the scenario, and inevitably there's like a twist or a revelation. I don't know. You don't want to do that or overdo that, but I like that a lot. I like that a lot. I like doing that thing.
That's really good. That's really good.
Oh,
I like that too.
Patrick, any final thoughts before I let you go? Because it's 10 o'clock and I know you're ready for bed.
Yeah, man, I gotta go become pumpkin.
I know.
No, this was fun. I'm glad I got to jump on for a little bit. Y'all have very good questions. We had some really good, insightful questions tonight.
Yeah. Everybody say happy birthday to Patrick before he leaves.
Why?
Just because it's nice to get a happy birthday every now and then.
It's like 6 months off my birthday.
I didn't say it was your birthday.
All right, I accept. I accept. But yeah,
get a happy birthday.
Y'all are lovely, and I will see you very soon.
All right, bye. Happy birthday.
Oh, and Cinder.
Yeah, I hung up on you. I don't know if you were about to hang up on me, but I hung up on you before you said, "Oh, Cinder." I feel like you were about to hang up on me though, so I don't feel bad because I'm pretty sure I just unintentionally hung up on you in the way you would have intended to hang up on me. That's my guess. That's what I'm guessing. All right, looks like J-Bone. Let's grab J-Bone. What's up, J-Bone? How's it going, buddy? Unmute when you have a second. J-Bone, 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 J-Bone. Hello?
Are you able to hear me?
I am. How's it going, bud?
Going great. I want to thank you for letting me be on, and I enjoy your content.
Oh,
it's really
shucks. That's very kind to hear. What can I do for you today?
Well, I have an idea for instead of a normal campaign being adventures and being good, I was wanting your perspective, or maybe see about being a flaw and going the evil way. All my character players would be evil, but I don't want them to have the mindset of just taking over the world. Yeah.
I understand. Yeah, I do see what you're saying. So here's what I would say. This is for a character, not a villain.
It's so the
is the idea that a player is going to play this, or this is going to be an NPC?
No. Yes. So the players are going to have their own evil character.
Got you.
and then they have to come together to overthrow something, but I don't want them to take over the world aspect.
Yep. So here's what I would say. I think you go in a couple directions. One, there are lots of ways people can be evil, and very rarely do they think they're evil. And more often than not, there is something that they have a goal to accomplish, and the evilness is expressed through what they are willing to do to accomplish that goal. So in running a campaign for evil characters, I might ask all the players to come up with character goals that are very specific, and it could be get revenge on my cousin. It could be, burn down the mill. It could be whatever, but give them goals that are a little bit, have them come up with goals that are more specific that they can work towards, because realistically, they're not going to be evil all the time. So, even just them having goals is going to help them figure out how to navigate how they want to present themselves as evil and what sort of evil they want to be. That's I think the main advice that I would give is have them think about not just making an evil character, but an evil character with a goal. And a good example for that I would look at a lot of Batman villains, I think, do that really nicely. Mr. Freeze is a good example of that. Poison Ivy is a good example of that. Harley Quinn's a good example of that. Characters that might do super fucked up stuff, but there's intention behind them. Thanos is that, but I wouldn't have them go Thanos-y in their drag. That's too big. But Ra's al Ghul, yeah. There's plenty of villains that are the best villains are either the best villains because they have really compelling backstories, or that's really compelling in how weird they don't have a backstory. And that would be the Joker. But I wouldn't play a character like that because that would just be annoying. So those are my thoughts.
No, I really appreciate it. Sorry for the loud noise. I'm at work.
Oh, it's totally, dude. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. You're chilling.
And I didn't even think about you gave me a lot to think about. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, man. I appreciate the question. I want to say I love evil characters. One of the characters that I've played that I had the most fun playing, that I cared about the most, was an evil character, and he wasn't an evil campaign. But I was a chaotic evil character, and the way that I made it work was he wasn't dumb, and he had things that he cared about, and he would do anything to accomplish those things, and he didn't really care about morals, but he very, very intentionally did everything he could to help the party members accomplish their goals. And that was an important part of being evil and making it work, was that you're not evil to your team, you're evil to the world.
Right. Exactly. My inspiration was from the anime Overlord, and I thought that was a unique twist.
Yeah,
and I just wanted to run with that.
Yeah. I don't know that anime, but it is a cool idea. I'm gonna look it up. I'm not good at knowing anime. I know 3, and I like them, but they're the only 3 that I know. I like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I like One Punch Man, and I like Attack on Titan. Those are the 3 that I know.
All good.
Yeah. All right, buddy.
Appreciate it,
cool, man. Thank you for the question. Great question.
Thanks.
Oh, Trigun.
Bye.
Trigun's also good. Okay, bye. Have fun at work. All right, that was J-Bone. Let's give J-Bone a round of applause. Man, playing evil characters is so fun. And in a weird way, yes, evil characters are hard to play, for sure. But there are so many great examples of evil characters in media that we can take inspiration from to make pretty compelling characters. Thank you. Oh, the clapping. Oh, the clapping. Question. Answer. I have a setting where magic is supposed to get more difficult to cast the longer the campaign goes on. Is there a good way to pull this off? My DM was thinking using 2 spell slots, but that seems to make full casters fairly useless. I'm going to be honest, Pixie. Any campaign where the more the campaign goes, magic becomes harder to cast is going to make any caster feel useless. So that's just going to be an issue that you have. Because as they gain power, they're going to lose power. So I don't think that if that's a worry, I just wouldn't do it. You could, I guess, you could start doing things where like they have to do saving throws to cast spells successfully and stuff. But yeah, anything that you do where magic gets harder to cast as the game gets on is going to be characters feeling as they go. Yeah, Stray Bubble, ask your question, buddy. I'm here. I'm chilling. Not dipping and diving just yet. Let's see. Let's grab someone from the waiting room. We're gonna grab Bone Marrow next. Bone Marrow. Hello, Bone Marrow.
Hey, Cinder.
How's it going, buddy?
I don't know why it's repeating everything.
That's probably because you're listening on Twitch and Discord at the same time. You should mute Twitch. Yeah, I can hear you. Did you mute Twitch?
Yeah, I muted Twitch.
Nice. What can I do for you today?
So I am DMing a Curse of Strahd campaign.
Mm-hmm.
For a group of friends who have never played D&D before, but they've played Pathfinder.
Yeah.
I have a tendency to add stuff that I like the post I made about the creepy doll that's following them around.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a limit to that kind of stuff that I should do for people that have never played D&D?
Yeah, I think so. I think that it can be frustrating to deal with things that I think it can be frustrating to have too many problems that you can't solve, or have to encounter things that you can't use your powers to interact with. I think that for most people, D&D is a game where you're telling a story and your character has access to tools to how to engage with that story. And if there's too many things that their characters can't use their tools to engage with, it kind of turns into, I guess this game is, I listen to my dungeon master make stuff happen to my character. And I think you don't want that to get to that. I also think too much of anything can make it dull. Like, if you have one creepy doll that's following them around that shows up every now and then, that's cool. But if you have a creepy thing that happens every single session, they become not creepy.
Yeah.
So I would be very hesitant to put too many things that are completely out of their ability to interact with or to stop, or to deal with. Like, if you do the creepy doll thing, you might have to be ready for them to completely shift the campaign in the direction of, let's figure out what this creepy doll thing is and stop it. And if there's like, well, now you can't do that, that's not fun. That's just frustrating, you know?
Yeah. The other question I had is I was planning on running this all the way to level 20 instead of like level 10 when it's supposed to stop.
Uh-huh.
How would you go about expanding Curse of Strahd to that?
I would make them level up faster, and I would throw a lot of homebrew in. And I would probably try to make Barovia more fun, because Barovia is incredibly boring. And I don't think Barovia would be fun to be in a whole campaign. I played Curse of Strahd, and we did a very in-depth version of it. Not in-depth, but like it was just a level 10, but we played it for like a year. And the reason why the game was so much fun was because at a certain point, all of us realized that we hated how boring Barovia was. So we just decided that all of our characters genuinely didn't give a shit about anyone in Barovia, because they were all nothing and gray and pointless and didn't matter. So it became, so if you're down to do that, that might be fun. But it was like, but if we had to do Barovia for for 10 more levels after that, I think we would have lost our fucking minds.
Okay, because
it's so dull. It's so dull. It's so boring, and it's also completely disconnected from any of the players' backstories. And I do think that if you don't get to do any plot tied to your backstory by level 10, I feel like the next thing you should get is plot tied to your backstory.
Okay. Because I was actually going to make Strahd not be the final big bad. I was going to make something that turned him into that, the big bad.
That could be cool. I would just work with your players to maybe I would try to include things that would allow them to be grounded in the world a little bit more, because Barovia isn't good for that. Like, Barovia is a good world to explore and to beat people up in and to see how miserable everyone is in. But your characters
that's
aren't...
kind of why I chose it, is it's a good first campaign for people that don't really know.
Oh, it's
D&D.
a great first campaign. It's not a good first campaign, I think, for twice the time of what it's designed for.
Okay.
That's what I mean, where it's like, I think level 1 through 10 in Barovia is great. I think if I had to do any time after that, like, I would be like, okay, as a player, I would be asking my dungeon master for something different. I would be like, I'm good. I don't care about this place anymore, and my character is not tied to it. Like, their backstory is not tied to it. I just don't care anymore. Like, genuinely, I don't want to give any spoilers for Curse of Strahd, but there are some revelations that happen in Curse of Strahd, and as soon as they happened, my characters, me as a player and a character, but all of us, collectively were like, oh, we went from not liking Barovia to really not caring about it, and now the only plot we care about is leaving. And that was the only thing that drove us. So it made it so we completely stopped caring about solving any of the side missions, anything. We just bullet trained to leave Barovia because it really felt like, oh, this place is literally a waste of time. So I think that you have to maybe twist some of those revelations or try to make it not feel like being in Barovia is a waste of time, because there are things like, I don't want to do spoilers, but like there's some pieces of information where you realize where it's like, oh, it genuinely is a waste of time to be here. Like, actually.
Yeah.
And I think that could be frustrating and not fun, because you want your characters to feel like they are, having impact and being able to interact in ways that has impact.
The other question I had is, do you have any tips for me? They're brand new. Like, this is the third session they're playing too.
Yeah.
From Pathfinder. I'm trying to explain to them the differences between the two. Any tips?
D&D is simplified. There's a lot of very specific rules in Pathfinder for things that D&D generalizes into simpler concepts. I would say D&D is probably better for telling more nuanced and specific stories, but using more generalized core rules. So I would say lean into the way that people, the way that you describe things and the way you tell the story, I think is a little bit less video gamey in D&D, for better or for worse.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Thanks for your question.
Yeah.
Right. Bye, Bone. Bye. Kadunk. That was Bone Marrow. Bone Marrow. Stray Bubble says, I'm worried about copyright for the book I'm writing since it's based on D&D. How can I assure I don't have any issues with that? You need to look up the Creative Commons that is tied to D&D and see which things are in the D&D Creative Commons and which things are not. Because if it's in the Creative Commons, you are allowed to use it. If it's not, you can't. So a good example of that would be any named characters can't be in your thing. Any D&D, any monsters that were designed by D&D can't be your thing. So you could have goblins and trolls, but you can't have beholders. And you can't have mind flayers, stuff like that. Don't contact Wizards of the Coast and ask for permission. That's just a waste of time. I mean, you could, but the better thing to do would be to educate yourself on the Creative Commons. Because I doubt they will respond to a random person being like, hey, can I use your IP to write a book? Or they'll just say no. Any beholder monster is almost certainly not allowed, because they are all designed very explicitly by D&D. Any of the beholder monsters, probably. What do you do as a DM if your players ain't getting closer to solving the puzzle? The same advice that I gave earlier today. You start throwing clues at them. I can't give legal advice on streams. It opens you up to litigation if the advice doesn't work out. Well, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know anything. All right, don't follow my advice. Ignore me. How about that? Ignore me. Educate yourself. You got another question about your campaign? I would not have players use multiple characters in a fight. I feel like that can get really complicated. I would hesitate to do that. Let's grab Chop. Hello, Chop.
Hello. Hello.
How's it going?
It's going well. I just wanted to ask. So I'm running a homebrew campaign.
Sure.
And the session 0, I did like a whole thing of asking them what they want to do and just like laying out expectations. So it was like go from nation to nation. It starts small. You help like a town, and then eventually you can help like a whole country. The problem is that it's been going on since like July, and they're still on the first one after I think 27 sessions. And they're only just now they're finishing up, and they've like explored the whole place. But it feels like it's gone on for a long time with only one country explored, and there was kind of the whole expectation of you'd go from country to country. I don't know how to make it so that you do that on such a large scale, but you can care on a more smaller scale, if that makes sense.
I think that, yeah, that does make sense. I think that there's a couple things to think about here. I think one thing to think about is that oftentimes the thing you want a campaign to be, much with any art, when you start it, might not be what it becomes. So I think that just because your initial goal was for everybody for them to do this world trouncing problem solving, just because it's not that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with that. Like it doesn't need to be what the initial idea was. So like right there, I think there's something like that. But the other thing is that you as a dungeon master have a lot of control over the pacing. And if it takes 27 sessions to explore one little region, that is the player's fault as much as it is your fault. You are giving them too many threads to follow, and you are encouraging too many random exploration. If you want it to not take 27 sessions to explore a region, you can't make the region have an interesting, cool thing at every opportunity and not give them direction. Like, you got to focus it a little bit, because otherwise that is just what it's going to be.
So less like a lot of less big threads and more like focusing on a huge thread then.
I mean, you could have big threads, but like I don't like. It sounds like you don't have big threads if it's taken you 27 sessions to get through a thing. I feel like that's what it sounds like. Like, I'm not sure, like, unless your players are just really slow and they really like roleplay and moving slow and talking slow.
That is part of it.
So that, we put a fire under them, The dragon is coming to the town. We have to figure out building this wall to protect it is very different than the dragon is coming to the town in a week and we have to build this wall to protect it, or tomorrow. Do you know what I mean? Like, put timers on things, get them rushing a little bit more. And then I would also say the question you have to ask is, what do you care about? Do you care about pacing, or do you care about they can do whatever they want? Because if you care about pacing, you need to take more control of the game. You need to start leaning harder into ending scenes, fast forwarding through things. Can I ask you a question? When you run your games, are you running them in more of a critical role way or more of a Dimension 20 way? And by that I mean, are you flashing to the important moments, or are you playing out literally every single moment?
I think more moments are played out, and but it's more like each day will have one major moment, if that makes sense, rather than like, I don't skip travel, but I'll skip like to the most important moment of a day.
Yeah, because that can also be a thing that eats up time, where you're like, okay, you beat the dungeon, now you have to get home. Now what do you want to do? Now you can go to the store. Now what do you want to do? Like, if you play out every single thing in the way that they do on Critical Role, it's going to make everything take super, super slow. So picking, fast forwarding to big moments, letting people do stuff off camera. Say, okay, you guys want to go shopping, write down the things that you got, and they're on your list. Like, you can, but I don't even know if you need to do any of that. Like, if they're having fun and you're having fun, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's definitely like a very fun thing, but it's also they have their own backstories and everything for different places, and it'll be cool to get to like go meet those threads as well.
For
And
sure.
I think
Have you talked
you're
to them
right.
about it?
Not yet.
That's what I would do next. I would say I would literally bring this problem to them, and I would say it's something like this. I would say, hey guys, so when I initially wrote this campaign, I imagined you guys like solving problems in places and doing a lot of traveling. We got really invested in this place. And that's really fun, and I'm glad that it's fun. But if we want to be able to explore all of your backstories in the world, we might need to pick up the pace a little bit as we go. Otherwise, it's going to sort of just be this, and if that's cool, great. But it's a lot harder to get involved in the other world stuff if we're moving this slow. Like, just be honest. Be like, if we want to move at this pace, we're going to explore less. And that's not a bad thing. It just is what it is. Like, you know, you're compromising time. So it's like, are we doing this time to sit in role play, or are we doing this time to go adventuring, you know? And again, there's not a wrong answer there, but the players take up more time than you do. Like, they need to be on the same page as you, or it's going to be a conflict. Maybe not like a fighting conflict, but like a butting heads of paces conflict.
Yeah, I think that's all really good advice, because they definitely like, there's a lot of time traveling. I could probably just get rid of that for the more interesting parts, and getting them on the same page I think would be a good idea. So I think that all helps a lot.
If they like it, if they like the traveling, then it's fine. Like, I don't think you should, again, you really don't think you need to get rid of anything. I think the most important thing is to check in with the players and make sure that whatever the pace is that you guys do moving forward, everybody as players kind of understands what's happening. And maybe what you could even do, if your players are really not used to that, what you could do is you could just say, we're going to be moving at a little bit of a faster pace, but if you ever want to slow something down, or you feel like I moved on and you wanted to do something in a scene before I moved on, like, just tell me and we'll just do that. Like, be flexible and be open with that flexibleness, but just be upfront about, like, that means we move slower.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Because also, listen, I'm not going to claim to know you as much as I do have the ability to see your pure essence through the electrical waves of my camera. I'm not going to claim to know you. But if maybe your group lasts for 5 years, and at this pace you do explore the whole world. Also, like, you know, it could go that direction too. So I don't feel like you need to be extreme about anything here, especially if everyone is enjoying themselves. I would think about it more like have a check-in and see where people are at, and then start slowly changing the temperature a little bit if that seems the thing to do. But I don't think you need to do anything extreme.
So make it a bit more incremental instead of like change everything at once and make it so like lightning quick immediately.
Yeah, because you don't want to
you
don't want to throttle it so much that they fall out of the boat. And you also, I think, don't want to surprise them with it. I think that's the bigger thing. And I also think that as a dungeon master, we so often think of ourselves isolated from the players because we want to surprise them. We want to awe them. We want to wow them. And a lot of that is like, I present you something cool. But when, as dungeon masters, we can get into that headspace of the players are we're not only on the same team, they are as much collaborators in this as I am. And you allow some of that behind the curtain to be in their hands, and you say like, hey, this is the tone I'm going for. It empowers them to use that tone. You know, it gives them, in a weird way, it helps them collaborate more effectively, I think.
Yeah, I definitely get what you mean, because it is like very much a collaborative problem as well. It is like a collaborative story.
Yeah, because if you have this super fast pace you start introducing, and they're all not understanding why you're doing it or trying to do slow pace, then it feels like you're watching 2 different movies jammed together, you know?
Yeah, they do definitely like RP very like random conversations that don't seem very connected to what the current thread is, I suppose.
Can I
That might
make
lead to something in the future?
What I would suggest is make space for those random RP conversations, but also treat those conversations as like travel time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like if they get into a random conversation as they're on their way to the next town, even though it's just one conversation, at the end of it, you say like, cool. And you guys walk and travel for 3 days and you get to this town. You know, use those downtime moments as like where they're just having casual conversations as ways to filter in pacing that you are controlling.
So like substituting in random encounters and travel for conversations if they go that direction instead.
I think that roleplay RP moments do the same job that random encounters need to do, in that they give a sense of time and a sense of time passing. And I think that the only time that my headspace between picking one or the other, be it combat or encouraged RP or like non-combat encounter, is less to do. It's more to do with like, what did they just do? Like if they just came from a dungeon with a shit ton of fighting, I don't want to throw a shit ton of fighting at them again because it's the same. I want variety. If they just came from a heavy roleplay encounter where they were dealing with political stuff and the barbarian hasn't gotten to swing a sword in a session and a half, they're going to have some random combat encounter. So I sort of pick the random encounters or the RP to try to make that fill the space for whatever was lacking around it.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I think like you hit it very well with the sense of passing of time. I like having that sense of passing. And so to have the conversations be that, I think would be a better change of pace for speeding things up.
And I think conversations work really well for that because they feel like a slowed down pace. Even if they're not taking eons, it literally slows the game down to like 1-to-1 time level, you know?
Yeah, I think it definitely will. I think that'll be probably the first thing I do. We'll be changing that and talking with them about it as well.
Cool. Before I leave you, though, I do want to say that I just want to reiterate the first thing I said. If it ends up not being what you initially thought, that is often fine and often good. So I don't, if you can't pull it to be what you expected it to be when you had your initial idea, I don't think you should be upset at all.
But I should communicate that it is going in a different direction.
Yeah, communicate your goals and check in and be like, this is what I would like this to be, and I think it's going to be fun. You could also even pitch it, right? Hey, guys, this has been like Arc 1, right? And it was kind of slow pace, little town. The game is going to go into a bigger headspace now, which means we're going to amp up the difficulty, but also it's going to be like, it's like going to season 2, you know, of the show. If season 1 is like get to know it, season 2 is like shit goes crazy. Or like a lot of shows do that. The pace gets more hectic as the show continues. It's basically that. You're like that was season 1. Season 2, we're going out into the world and it's going to get a little hectic, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the finale of this, like, kind of, I guess, the first arc, if you say that, is about to come up. So it's like the perfect chance to do that, I think, as well.
Cool.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, man. Great question. Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
No, just cheers for helping out.
Yeah, man. See ya. Bye. Click. That was Chop. Let's give them a round of applause. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Pacing is such a tricky thing because it is so powerful when you can like mind meld, manipulate your players into following the right pacing, but it's so much more effective when you just get on the same page with them about it. Let's get Mad Black Guy. Come in here, you silly goose. Hello. Uh-oh,
Hello?
I think I can hear you. Hey, man, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on, Sin? How does my mic sound?
You sound great. You sound great.
Okay, yeah,
You're clear. You're like a bell atop a mountain.
Oh my God! Here, let me back it up a little bit.
No, you're good. What can I do for you today, bud?
First, I want to say thank you for you gave me some advice last time I talked to you about the Warforged sending them as traps. Worked out beautifully. Players loved it. Went nice. Second thing, just real quick, anime. If you just I heard you say you only saw 3.
I'm open to it. I just haven't seen that much.
Yeah, I know, I understand, but this is one of the I would say a classic, which would be Grid Lagann. I don't know.
I'll look it up. Spell it.
Yeah.
Grid
Login.
Grid Login. All right. I have it up in my. All right. I have it up on my. I'll look it up after the stream.
Classic anime. Trust me, it's a good one.
Oh, it's got big robots, eh? I like a big robot.
Yeah. I don't want any spoilers, so please chat. If anybody knows about it, please do not give away anything.
All right. I won't.
It's a good one.
I won't read anything about it either. I'll give it a gander.
I heard you said you like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Love it.
So I had to give this one a suggestion.
Cool. Hell yeah. Okay. If this is tied to that makes you
It's
think
not
of it.
tied to it.
No.
It's just
But
the
made you
vibe.
like think of it. The vibes. I'm on board. Because
Okay.
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, like, that was like an experience watching. I feel like
Yes,
that
it
show
was.
had a bigger impact on me than like Avatar or a lot of other shows that like it was the last 2 seasons especially. Oh, okay. I
Just
it's
listen.
so good.
I just want to say we're on the same vibe there because I always describe it. Listen, if you want me to give you the perfect anime, it's Full Metal Alchemist because it's perfect. The animation is great. There's comedy throughout it, and it's literally the perfect anime all around. But then everybody has their specific flavor that they like.
Yeah.
So they go for this, they go for that. But if you just want somebody that's brand new, go for that one.
Yeah.
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, chef's kiss.
So, did you notice how every season takes place over a smaller period of time? Like the first season's like a year, second season's like a couple, and then the second to last season is like a week or a day, and then the last season is like a day or an hour.
Yeah,
it's
it gets
good.
intense.
It's so good.
It literally ramps up with the whole tone of it. It's like I said, it makes you feel things without you even like intellectualizing it. You just it just gets you in that mind state.
Yeah.
And it's not even like the meme things that everybody pictures the dog and the family and everybody knows about that, but
No, man, there's so many little it's a whole thing. There's so many interests. Like, one of the things that I feel like people don't talk about it much, but I love is the dynamic between the prince and the chimera that share a body. And like the weird growth between them and like the sort of bond they have. It's one of the best like possession things I've ever seen where it like really gets into like their relationship.
I never really it's definitely the most
like you don't
way I've
feel
seen the
bad,
possession.
like you don't hate the demon that's possessing
No,
the person.
not at
You're like,
all. You
I fucking get it,
understand.
man. I'm here with you.
Yeah,
Like
you
life is
understand.
hard.
You're fully
Life
on
is
board.
hard. Let's fucking kill these assholes. Anyway, it's very good. It's very good. I agree.
I don't want to take up all your time.
No, it's
tonight,
fine. It's fine. It's fine. What can I do for you today, though?
It's a so I'm actually running 2 campaigns at the moment. Brand new DM, by the way.
Cool.
Brand new to this. Decided to take up a second campaign,
Mhm.
but this one's a lot lighter. It's like the DM that was DMing this group. We're all friends, so he was like, "I just want to take a little break. So anybody want to volunteer?" So I said, "Yeah, let me go ahead." So we're running it's a cyberpunk futuristic campaign where everybody's spell focus is a gun. And their spells are what they load into it, and
Cool.
it's a double thing. Like it acts as a real gun, or you could load it with spells, and it's now boom, it's a spell focus. But yeah, little small thing. My players have done a lot of shenanigans on the surface, and they have just spent maybe like 3 or 4 days in the sewers.
Mm-hmm.
So. Like a lot is happening on the surface of the city, and I don't want to throw like the kitchen sink at them.
Mhm.
Hello?
Yeah.
I don't want to throw the kitchen sink at them,
Mhm.
but I also want like a cool like interaction that they can have with like I don't know, because long story short, the end boss of this whole thing is it's not an elder dragon that's a elder brain dragon. But it is. It's an AI, but it's definitely like reskinned as from an elder brain dragon.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the end boss, and he has little minions going around like Smith from the Matrix. He has a bunch of those guys that act like T-180s.
Yeah.
So that's how he keeps an eye on the city. So basically, they crashed a sky prison into the ground, or they caused one to crash into the ground, and they killed the head doctor of the only head doctor of the slums.
Okay.
So I don't know how to handle that once they get back up to the surface.
So what part of the is there a specific geographical location that they need to pop back up? Like, are they going to be in the middle of the
They don't
slums?
need to.
Can it be in a specific spot?
I could finagle it because, like I said, the city has 9 boroughs, and each borough is the size of New York City.
Mm-hmm. And
so it's a very big.
So aside from the slum that just lost its doctor, is that the main big conflict that like is like that's making a lot of issues, or is that like one of like 6 things that's happening?
I mean, what's happening right now is they wanted a sort of compact story that could be longer. Like, so I'm trying to give them like.
Is the doctor dead?
Yeah, they killed him.
Oh, they killed him. They killed him.
Yeah, but they needed to. He was working with the corpos.
So I think that I guess what I would say then is, first of all, I think having shit hit the fan, like when like having them come out of the sewer and sort of be not attacked immediately, but like to have them immediately like hit with the after effects of what they did and like just seeing the slums.
Fugitives.
Like and
they're definitely fugitives and their faces all over the place. I just don't know if it's like when they pop up, the first person they see is like reporting them on spot.
No. Yeah, so here's what I would do. I wouldn't do that. What I would do is I would have the first thing that happens when they pop up, or maybe not the first thing, but very close to the first thing, be them figuring out that they are the most wanted people in this area. They're posted ever. Like, I'm almost imagining like they climb out of a sewer and like they have like a minor interaction with someone that's like a little bit weird, and they're like, why was that so weird? And then they like walk out into the main street, and then they see their pictures on a giant neon billboard, and then they're like, fuck. So they're not caught immediately, but definitely some rando recognized them and ran away. So it's not like immediately the cops are on you, but it is like immediately we need to find a place to hide and figure out what the fuck is going on before the cops are on us. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. And just what do you think could be, because you're really good at recalling, because you have a deep knowledge of monsters. What's a good monster I could reskin for a futuristic campaign like this?
Okay, I'm going to throw you an odd one here.
Go ahead.
I would look at what level are they?
They are level 4 right now, and I expect us to either take a break or do an evaluation at around level 6. So I'm planning to end like the first arc at around level 6.
Okay, I'm gonna throw you a little bit of a curveball here.
Go ahead.
I would consider for the scary police type characters, I would use Celestials, and I would change them a little bit, but I would use Celestials. Let's look at a Deva, okay? Devas are like the main, I'm a Celestial. We're gonna skip all the lower CR ones. We're gonna jump right to the scary ones. Devas are like these big fucking angels.
Yeah, familiar.
They have a giant radiant damage just is sci-fi damage to my mind. So like all the radiant stuff just fits immediately. They can like look into people's, like they're like really good at reading people. They can change their shape so they could like look different. And what I would do, even just like the spells and stuff they do feel like the spells that like you could so easily twist them into like fucked up authority figures, like so easily. And then maybe take the healing touch feature and change it into, or just drop it entirely and not worry about it, or give them some other thing, or maybe give them healing touch. Maybe sometimes they heal, or give them, the opposite. Maybe they have like a stun lightning touch or something, but that also works all the way up. Like that's a Deva, but if you're like, okay, we're getting high campaign, you get to fucking like Planetars. Like Planetars are the shittiest cops in the universe. Planetars are basically Devas on crack that instantly can tell when anyone is lying to them. They just inherently know the truth when it's spoken. And they get like all these twists and stuff like that. And then the next higher, I mean, there's a lot more than that. I'm just talking about the main ones. But then the next higher up one, that is the Solar, which originally was the biggest, most powerful angel. And they have a arrow, a longbow that just kills you. Their longbow,
kills you?
Yeah, they have the slaying longbow, it does a shit ton of damage, and then after that damage, if the creature that they hit has 100 hit points or fewer, they have to make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw, or they just die.
Oh shit.
So like this is a CR 21 monster. So you wouldn't put this early in the campaign, but like this stat block could work very well for like a cyber enhanced corpo leader that like is like reading the, you know, like getting the readings from the rooms and just reflavoring all the divine knowledge with like cyber knowledge, you know, like that kind of stuff.
Absolutely. Yes.
And that same logic though, I think you could apply kind of across the board. I like looking at like the types of elements that monsters are connected to and trying to see how they could fit in other places. So for example, a lot of devils and demons, not so much demons because demons are insane and madness and don't make sense, but devils are fairly consistent in that they usually got spiky stuff and fire stuff, and they're usually good against fire and poison and other elements. To me, that sounds like people in like mini mech suits with fire gun. You know what I mean? Like you could very easily reflavor most devils as
mech suits. Yeah,
like think of like a barbed devil right here. Like a barbed devil is like the most basic. It's not the most basic in terms of numbers, but it's a very basic devil. And it does have all of those main devil attributes, the magic resistance, the damage resistances, the damage immunities. What does it do? It has a claw, it has a tail, it throws fire, and it has special dark vision. It has devil sight, which is basically like infrared, you know?
Right, yeah. No, this is... Oh, yeah. You just gave me a whole lot of inspiration. That's
so I would look at fiends, and I would look at celestials, but... The other thing that I would play around with if I were you is I would look at aberrations too. Aberrations are my favorite monster type. They are defined basically by being alien. They're alien. But it's a lot of psychic stuff. And a lot of them are weird where they could be like weird servitors, you know? Like a lot of them might not make sense as a character, but they might make a lot of sense as like a weird minion that is like a floating robot.
Flame Skull?
A Flame Skull? I don't know what a Flame Skull. I think it's undead, but a Flame Skull would be a great.
No, that's an example of one that I use because the Flame Skull is great. Actually a drone in my world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would look at devils. I would look at celestials.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that I would play around with, if you want to get kind of intense, is any of the really big monster stat blocks. You could think about them like vehicles. So a dragon works really well as like a hover battle droid. Like, you know, like one of those big Apache helicopter type things. Like, because what does it do? It flies and it shoots stuff. And you could like there's a lot, you know, it has claw and bite attacks and stuff too. You could mess around with that. But like that kind of stuff works. The difference between a dragon shooting its fire breath and like a evil killer drone helicopter shooting a barrage of missiles is basically nothing. Like that's the same, you know?
It's very reflavorable.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
The only other thing that I would say that I think you should think about is there is one of the things that I struggle with when I'm running modern campaigns or sci-fi campaigns is there isn't a skill for technology. And I think that depending on the way you're running your game, I would either change it so that if there's not magic and everything is reflavored, Arcana should equal technology. So if someone's trying to hack or something... Oh, you did?
There is magic.
Oh, there is.
Yeah, there is magic, but there's not really a lot of animals. Mm-hmm. So I did a lot of like there's no animal handling check, but there is an AI check.
Oh, that's cool.
I made like an AI and like AI check, and then there's an AI check is wisdom, and then a tech check is intelligence.
That makes sense.
Because an AI check in my campaign is wisdom because AI is its own entity other than like the technology around.
That's cool. Assuming AI evolves to being sort of thinking, not really thinking, I think that makes a lot of sense in that world that would happen in. That's a really good way of expressing that.
Because I really don't want to railroad my campaign to this, but I kind of have a little vision for like how the big bad is taken down, and that's with like an AI that they raise. So like their systems can battle at the end and sort of like have like whichever one has like seen more, like has more knowledge.
That's fun. You know how you do that? Here's how you do that.
Oh.
Here's how you do that. You don't start with that being the plan. You start with the
Nah,
plan
it
being,
wasn't.
I want to make my players care about. I need my players to understand that AIs are individualistic and different and potentially helpful and maybe fun. Like if you could create a situation where your players uncover something like an abuse of AIs, that they could solve that problem and save those AIs, they are immediately going to be thinking about those AIs in more of an active way. Like, even if it doesn't come up again for a while, that idea is going to stick in their brain that, like, AI is a thing that's like a creature in the same way that other creatures are. And if I'm running a game for players and one of the first big things that they do, or just one of the big things they do in general, is they, like, save a bunch of kobolds from being oppressed by, like, a dickish dragon, and the kobolds can now go be free. When those kobolds come back, like, they're going to care about those kobolds, you know? So, like, if you give them the opportunity to save something, it makes them care about it a lot more. So even way before it's a thing, I would consider trying to squeeze some of that in there so they're starting to think about it in that headspace.
That is absolutely perfect. The last thing I'm going to bug you about now, because you literally... Okay, so I sort of planted seeds, and I knew I was going to grow them, but I just didn't know where and how. So basically, the AI that they had to deal with, the reason why they had to kill the doctor was he was going to turn them in because he was guarding the AI at the hospital. The hospital is the only place in the slums that has AI because it's the slums. They don't really care about it. It gets just a hospital. And there was something guarding it. I didn't know what I was going to do with that idea, but now I definitely do. Okay. Thank you, Cinder.
Yeah, man.
You really... Yeah.
Great question. People also in chat, I think people are like, oh, this is a cool campaign. So good luck to you with that campaign. I hope it goes
Thanks,
well.
everybody.
All right,
Yeah.
bud. Have a good one. Any
Have a
final
good one,
thoughts
man.
before I hang up on you?
You're a great streamer, man. Just keep it going, and I just you're very entertaining.
All right,
And
I
you might
appreciate
hear my
that.
voice
I'm not
again.
good
I'm
at
gonna bug you
compliments.
some more.
All right, I appreciate that. All right, buddy. Have a good one. Bye.
Have a good one, man.
All right, that was Mad Black Guy. You know what? He's really not that mad. He's like, seems pretty chill. I feel like your name is inaccurate. All right, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. Running sci-fi stuff is both tricky, but it's a fun puzzle to try to solve. Arcade Avery, thank you for the 10. Cinder in chat, I'm working on an Eldritch all-seeing cleric domain, but I'm struggling with mechanics that isn't just drip-feeding true sight abilities. Any quick ideas? What does it mean to see a thing? Does that mean could you see into their past? Could you see into their potential? You could look at the features like the Battlemaster's ability to learn characters' class level, or some of their stats. You could look at the Monster Slayer's ability to learn creatures' vulnerabilities. You could look at spells like Phantasmal Killer or Phantasmal Force, one of them, which like makes a character see their worst fears. I would lean into that sort of stuff. Don't just literally think about it like sight. Think about it like sight in like a metaphorical sort of way. What's up, Alchemy Hour? How's it going, buddy? Dude, why didn't you guys hit me up on Discord yet? Oh, you just did. Okay, I see how it is. Okay, Alchemy Hour, here's the deal. Let me talk to you for a second. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Too close. Back up a little bit. What the? No, this is not the move. Oh, boy. We got it. We got to reset. Give me a second. Oh, God. It's just got worse. Okay, here we're back. Okay. Listen. I'm going to be very honest with you guys. And I'm not saying this to any one of you because you, Alchemy Hour, are not talking to me. A person that represents Alchemy Hour is. And I acknowledge that because you are an entity of creatures. Now, I accept entities of creatures in my realm. We're not in my realm. We're in yours, but that's fine. Regardless, you guys are very talented. And I would appreciate getting to talk to you more because I like your vibe and I think you got a good thing going on. And I'm not good at networking, but I like you and we should hang in some form or another at some point. Whether that is just discussing, trying to be content people, or trying to do a thing together. But you guys, I really like what you're doing, and we should have conversation. Listen, if I was a singer, I'd be like, invite me over. Like, let's go. I'm coming on. And I would be like, guys, I have a lot of followers on YouTube. You better listen to me. And I've never done that before. But the idea of doing a musical improv D&D game sounds so much fun. I don't got the skills. But I want to find something to do together, even if it's just us having a conversation. Okay, that's all. That's all I have to say about that. Oy, oy, oy. I know you're gonna sing all the time. Like, you guys put on a good show, man. I can't deny it. We live in a world where there's a lot of D&D content, man. There's a lot of D&D content. There's a lot of actual plays. And it is hard to make one actually entertaining. Everybody's on little boxes. Somebody's microphone's not that good. I have really shitty lighting. There's a lot of disconnect there. So coming up with a thing that is kind of different, I think bodes very well. I think that you guys have a very good setup, literally a good setup, but also I think that you guys are also very actually good performers and are taking it seriously as performers. And all of that's great, but that's not enough. But the fact that you are very actively incorporating musical theater into it is I think what pushes it into a thing where it's like, this now feels different. Because at this point, the actual play community is so bloated that even if you are all really good performers, even if your lighting's really good and your camera's really good, that's like not enough anymore, you know? So it's cool to do other cool shit. And I did not know that you guys were musical when I hopped in and rated you. I just knew that I was like, well, I watched you for like 3 seconds before and I was like, their vibe is very good. We're going to hop in and say hi. So when you guys started singing, I was like, oh, sometimes, Cinder, you make a shot and you miss that shot. But sometimes, Cinder, you make a shot and you hit a shot you didn't even know you hit. Would it be all right if I posted the prologue to my book somewhere in Discord? I have a section. So most of my Discord is, not most of, but a lot of my Discord is set up for writing workshop stuff. So there's a whole section of it that I think is called non-D&D or just writing or something, where people can post their regular writing if they want feedback on it. So people will post poetry or short stories or that sort of thing. So that happens. So you can find that in there. Where is it? I don't know. It's in there somewhere. Got to dig for it. You got to dig for it. Excuse me. Cinder, why are you burping into the mic so much? Well, it's because one time somebody left a mean comment on one of my videos telling me that I had really bad mic etiquette and it was gross when I burped into the mic. And I decided to spite that person by burping into the mic forever for my whole life. And that person can go fuck themselves. And I hope that it makes them uncomfortable every time I burp. And if that wasn't, listen, and if I can't live my life like that, then what's the point of doing any of this? You know what I mean? Cinder, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't know, guys. All right, friends, we are going to be wrapping up soon. It is 11 o'clock. I don't think we're going to be able to get to any more callers. I'm feeling the creatures of the night telling me that I must go on a hunt, and I am hungry, so we must ride into the shadows and take advantage of the darkness while we still have it. So we are going to start wrapping up. We are going to say Avitazain and adieu and goodbye to almost all of you. Maybe not all of you, but some of you. In the meantime, tomorrow we are doing a very cool show. Tomorrow's show, we are looking at your art. And we are making monsters and homebrew ideas based off your art. So any sort of D&D, any sort of monster art you want to send in. It could be an illustration, a painting. It could be digital art you made. Somebody asked if they could make a monster out of Legos and take a picture of it. Totally fine. All good. All good. So, be good to each other. Don't forget. Wait, I can't end yet. I haven't played the fucking ending music. God dang it. Gosh darn it. There was a moment today on stream when I cursed and immediately realized I was talking to someone that was probably under the age of 12. And I felt bad for cursing. But you know what? We all make mistakes. And we all can grow and learn and change. Sometimes that means accidentally cursing at a 12-year-old. Ah, what strange lives we lead. What strange tales we tell. All right, do you guys want to visit my friend Origami, or do you want to visit my friend Pluto? Pluto's running a Power Rangers RPG, Origami's doing art. What do you want to do? What's tabletop titties? That sounds inappropriate. I'm going to look it up. Is that a thing you want me to look up, Bildo, or is that... What is that? Yeah, we can raid these guys. I don't know these guys. We'll raid them. All right, yeah, we'll raid them. All right, guys. Thank you for the great stream. We will be back tomorrow. Have a great night. YouTube, if you want to join the raid, that's who we're going to raid. Be good to each other, and I'll see you tomorrow for some monster talk. And don't forget, everything is going to be good and probably okay. And believe in yourself. And if you can't believe in yourself, believe in me. All right. I love you. Bye. YouTube. You too. I love